Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the Flight Sim world. This is Flight Strike 95. Happy Wednesday, you guys. It's good to be back home here in Indiana. And today we're going to do a little bit something different for our flight here today. So we're actually here in England here today. We're in Newcastle. We're at Newcastle Airport, just north of the city of Newcastle upon Tyne. And today we got a bit of a very special sort of flying today. We're going to actually do something sports related, which I haven't done in a while. And today we'll be mainly exploring the Premier League teams. All 20 clubs the Premier League team will be visiting here today. I got a separate slideshow and stuff to cover all of it. But we're going to be exploring all these teams and stuff, which is really, really cool to see here. So I hope you're all having a great time. I hope you all stayed safe while I was gone. And I hope you all had have a good time. So I had a great vacation myself. I was in the Caribbean for the past 10 days in the Caribbean. So during my time there, I got to explore several new islands I have never visited before, including that of Dominica, Martinique, St. Kitts, and Antigua. Are all new places I have never visited before my vacation. So I really enjoyed all of it. So hey, Quartz, good to see you. It's been a while, my dude. I hope you're doing well. So lots has been going on in the fighting community while I was gone. So pretty big stuff, including the world update happened too yesterday. Lots of stuff going on. So let's go over our flight plan for today. This is a bit of a complicated one, and this is going to be a pretty long stream here today. So we're going to start here in Newcastle upon Tyne. We're going to go from Newcastle Airport. We'll fly into Newcastle upon Tyne, fly over Newcastle. We'll mainly be visiting St. James Park, home of Newcastle United. Then from there, we'll be heading up southeast. We're going to southwest. This is going to be one of the longest legs. And we're going to visit the city of Manchester. Check out the two titans of Manchester City at the Etihad, and of course, Manchester United in their theater of dreams at Old Trafford. And then we'll make our first stop here at Haydock Park Airstrip. And then from there, we're going to be visiting the city of Liverpool, which I will be visiting myself in June. Of course, we'll first visit Anfield, home of Liverpool Football Club, born around this area. And then, of course, from there, we'll head over to Goodison Park, home of my Premier League club, Everton FC, the original Liverpool Football Club. Very original, big-time Liverpool club. And then from there, we'll check out Everton's new home, where it's going to be located, where the new home is going to be located at the Branley Moor Dock, which I will be visiting in June. Hopefully, there might be a stadium tour. Then, of course, we'll head southeast. We'll make our way over to the Birmingham area. We'll first visit Wolverhampton, check out the Wolverhampton Wanderers at Molineux Stadium. Then we're going to go to Birmingham and visit, of course, the historic club of Aston Villa, the Lions, of course. And then we'll make our second, and then finally Leicester. We'll check out the Leicester, the Foxes, at King Power Stadium, and then we'll make our landing, and then also Nottingham, home of Nottingham Forest at the City Ground, and we'll land at Nottingham Airport. Then we'll head southeast. We'll make our way over to Ipswich. We'll check out Portman Road Stadium for Ipswich. Then we're going to make our next stop over at Stansted Airport. And the reason is that we have a lot of London clubs to talk about. Starting at North London, Tottenham, we'll visit Hotspur Stadium and Hotspur, one of the nice new facilities. Then we visit Emirates Stadium, proud home of Arsenal FC. one of the most prestigious clubs in the country. Then we'll visit London Stadium, the former Olympic Stadium turned football ground, home of West Ham United. Then, of course, across London, we'll be checking out Stamford Bridge, the historic home of the Blues, Chelsea FC, built in 1877. Then we're going to go visit one of the most unique places in the Premier League, Craven Cottage, home of Fulham. Very unique and very interesting stadium. Then from there, we'll head over to Brentford to check out GTEC Community Stadium, the Bees. And then we'll head our way over to Richmond Park, and then we'll go down to Selhurst, visiting Crystal Palace FC. And then we'll go this way to our stop. Then we're going to go Fulmer and check out Brighton Hove Albion Stadium, American Express Stadium. Then we make our stop here at Shoreham Airport. And then finally from there, we'll head up to Southampton at Southampton FC at St. Mary's Stadium. And finally, Bournemouth to visit AFC Bournemouth at Vitality Stadium and make our last stop here at Bournemouth Airport. So yeah, it is a pretty long and convoluted flight plan, but they're all in England, so. So of course the plane we'll be flying here today, it is the Slim Savage Norden today. I wanted to take the Norden because it does offer some unique benefits. Of course, the big benefit of flying the Norden today is mainly the fact that it does go a little bit slower, but this actually works out since I did start the stream early, and this flight will take us a long while to get through everything. That's why I didn't want to rush, and that's why I think the Norden would be perfect. Would I have done this in a Bonanza Typhon? At first, remember, I'm streaming earlier than usual today because I wanted to take my time with this. We got all these 20 teams. I'm not going to rush through all of it today. I want to actually have time to talk about each of these clubs, and I want to talk about some bits of their history, some of the most notable players, supporters, and all that. That's why something a little slower actually would do a lot better. I think the Norden would be perfect for that. And if we need to, we can visit some of the football grounds and try land the pitches potentially. If you guys really want to, the Norden can do that. But I want to do something nice and just chill. This is my first stream back, so pretty obvious. So let's go ahead and get our Norden Savage started. Here you go. Good to see you, Typhon. Good to see you back. It's been a while. We're going to go ahead and make we're not going to go super high elevation today. I'm actually going to keep this stream low to the ground mostly, except when we get through the hills of the hill countries. That's what we're doing here today. I did put my slideshow here. Yeah. I know it's going to block some of the views, so don't worry about that. But as we taxi, we're going to talk a little bit about Newcastle United. They're located in Newcastle upon Tyne. They competed Premier League. They were formed in 1881 when Newcastle East End Club absorbed the assets of the West End Newcastle West End to become Newcastle United. They play their games at St. James Park, located in Newcastle, with a capacity of 352,305 people. And they've been a member of the Premier League for all but 3 years of the competition's history and spent 92 seasons in top-flight English football as of May 2024, and never dropped below the second tier of English football. They won four in their long history. They've won 4 league titles, 6 FA Cups, and an FA Charity Shield, as well as the Interstate Spirit Cup in 1968 and 69, and the 9th highest total number of trophies of any English football club. But their most successful period was between 1904 and 1910, when they won an FA Cup and 3 of their 4 league titles. Of course, nowadays, they're now owned by a consortium led by the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. They become the new owners of Newcastle United. And they got a lot of wealth. One of the more unique things about Newcastle, of course, is their unique kit. Black and white striped shirts, black shorts, and black or white socks. Their traditional kit, and they've been wearing that for decades. The crest has elements of their city, a coat of arms with the hippocamp. And finally, their team anthem is for each game they enter the field with Golden going home, with blatant races being sung during games, sung as well. Their nickname is the Magpies. That's their nickname. Their supporters are known as the Toon Army or the Georgies. Georgies. Pretty cool stuff about Newcastle United. In terms of supporters, of course, one of the more interesting things about Newcastle United is they have a lot of supporters. In fact, the police founder in Newcastle Sting wrote a song supportive of the fans. But also Jimmy Nail's a supporter of Newcastle United and a couple of others. But of course, if you talk about the one big thing about Newcastle United, it is absolutely their rivalry. They have 2 rivalries, but by far the biggest rivalry for Newcastle United is Sunderland. They do not like each other at all. They compete in the Tyne-Wear Derby, and I just want to tell you this: it's very even rivalry, and both fan bases do not like each other at all. And I mean, hooliganism and violence has been a thing even in recent times. It's always been a very tough rivalry as well. Currently in the series, after 157 meetings, Newcastle leads the series 54 to Sunderland's 53 with 50 draws. Yeah, it is pretty even. It's an even rivalry. And this rivalry basically is an extension of the English Civil War and stuff. So, pretty interesting stuff. Of course, the facility they play in is St. James Park. This English football stadium here in Newcastle has 52,000 people, making it the 8th largest stadium in all of England. And has been the home of Newcastle United since 1992. And has been used for football since 1880. However, it hasn't been one to expand, but the major issue being, well, of course, it had a lot of conflict with local residents and stuff. And as a result, there were been attempts to move twice. But thanks to its Rollins movement, it had very lopsided appearance in asymmetrical stands. Outside club football, St. James Park has been used for international football, the 2012 Olympics, the rugby league events, and test matches, as well as charity football events, rock concert, and a separable film and reality TV has been used here at St. James Park. Pretty cool stuff here at the stadium itself. We'll be paying a visit here pretty shortly. So this. Let's go ahead and get this thing flying. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on since my last stream. So yeah, quite a bit of stuff's been going on since then. Here's Newcastle upon Tyne. I think we should see Kings Park coming up here pretty soon. Yeah, here it is, guys. St. James Park. Here it is, guys. St. James Park. To our right. Here's the important facility here for Newcastle United. Yeah, if you could tell if you were right, see all this big stuff covered up here. That is one of the stands that was from the most recent expansion back in 1997. Yeah, Newcastle definitely a cool city. Look at that. That's a nice football picture here. Park. I'll post it in the flights and photos section. A little closer. Yeah, close. That's pretty. Look how close we are to the ground. Pretty cool stuff. Newcastle United. You can take Steam tours, by the way, of Newcastle United as well. So we're going to go ahead and climb up to 2,500 feet here today. Right here is the rest of Newcastle. Interesting fact about Newcastle is that at one point during the Industrial Revolution, this was among the largest ports in England during the Industrial Revolution. It was one of the world's largest shipbuilding and repair centers during the Industrial Revolution. It was actually got Newcastle built in 1080 by William the Conqueror's eldest son, Robert Curthose. The city is also well known for its rich cultural heritage, particularly its nightlife. Its nightlife is among the best in the United Kingdom, and some of the best in the world. It has some of the best nightlife in the world here in Newcastle, as well as its fairs and musical bands, such as a home to the principal songwriter, lead singer of the Police, Sting, or from Newcastle, as well as Dire Straits frontman Mark Knopfler. And of course, it's known for its concerts, and sports are a big deal with Newcastle United. Pretty cool. We're officially climbed up to climbed up to 2,500 feet. I don't think we need to get much higher than 2,500 feet. Well, 3,000 is the safe altitude. We go a little lower. So we officially made our way up to 2,500 feet. So guys, I hope you had a great time. So I do want to show you some bit of my vacation photos for just a bit. It'll take us about an hour to get there. That's the point why I take the Northern, is we're not in a rush. We're not going to rush. I do want to show you some of my vacation photos for a bit. So here it is, guys. IRL travel chat. Yes, I took some interesting photos of my trip this week. So we went to the Caribbean this time. We went on Carnival. We were on Princess, actually. We were on Enchanted Princess for our cruise. I went with not just the three of me and my parents, but my brother and his girlfriend turned fiance also came with the trip with us. She came with us during this trip as well. Had some family time, so we sailed out of Fort Lauderdale. Pretty cool. So it was a 10-day trip. We started out in Princess Cays and didn't really do much, just to relax and all that sort of stuff. That's what I did, was just sit around and relax for a bit, enjoyed the beach vibes, and just chill after. I mean, with how cold Indiana has been this week here, I think it was probably for the best. I had a nice chill. I just had a chill time, relaxing, of course. But of course, after that, we did have a day at sea, and then we visited St. Thomas. We checked out St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands first. So we did a excursion there. Our excursion was which we did an island drive around the entire island. That's what we got to visit several unique vintage points and all that, and observe everything. And of course, that's located in the island of St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Pictures here. There was the drive, and we got to see some really cool viewpoints. This island here in front of us was St. John, and this is where you can find Virgin Island National Park, which we will be visiting on our upcoming National Park series, which will be on Sundays, of course. So we were going to be visiting all the areas. Here's my picture of me in the selfie, of course. Then, of course, the next one, we then went to another vantage point here in St. Thomas. So this one, which they believe this is around Drake's Seat and all that, but it was a vantage point that'll let you, it's the Charlotte Amelia Overlook. And this will allow you to see downtown Charlotte Amelia, but also the ship itself. You have some absolutely amazing views. Even better than the last time I've been to St. Thomas. Gorgeous views all around the area. And then, of course, afterwards, we went around the island and we this is the entire view in panoramic view. Just gorgeous. Yeah, here's me too. After that, we then went to home of the Banana Daiquiri mountaintop. We get to the very top of St. Thomas, and we were treated to this view here. That's right. We got a treat to a view of Maugham's Bay Beach, considered to be one of the top 10 most beautiful beaches in the world. Absolutely insane. And you can actually see some of the islands here too from this mountaintop, including Hans Island, Little Tobago, even a bit of the British Virgin Islands at Tortola. We got to visit all of those areas here, which is super cool. Got to see the British Virgin Islands as well. But man, what a view. That is absolutely breathtaking view. And then there's the airport as well. We got to see Sao King Airport. That concludes St. Thomas. And after St. Thomas, we then visited our first new destination we never visited to, Dominica. Of course, naturally wise, it's definitely an absolute gorgeous with natural scenery with the mountains and such. However, it wasn't really that well developed. To be fair, it is one of the poorer countries in the Caribbean in terms of development and stuff. And it's like due to all the hurricane issues. It's a real shame because this island's natural beauty is just. So we went around and did a lot of Dominica stuff and just tore around the area. We got some great views of the ocean stuff. There's like the cricket ground and like all that sort of stuff from one of the panoramas here in Dominica. We were in Rosio, that's where it was at. And we did from the Morne Bruce view. We got to see all of downtown and such from this view. And like there's me with the sports team. Then we went to a botanical garden here. Decent little botanical garden here in Dominica. Again, that's super well developed. There was some really cool stuff here. However, the real treat of Dominica is once you leave the city and enter the national park, Morne-Trois. And it is definitely a super cool national park with some amazing scenery. Look at that. With the waterfall river and stuff and all that. It's gorgeous. Then we got to visit Trafalgar Falls. One of the highlights of Dominica in terms of its natural beauty is Trafalgar Falls. And we got to see some really cool stuff. And we did have to take a bit of a walk. It isn't too bad. There was a lizard I took a picture of. And of course, the highlight, Trafalgar Falls. There's actually 2 waterfalls here. Absolutely gorgeous. And I even got a screenshot. This one with both. That is just gorgeous. And I got ones of both too. And we went back to the ship. So definitely gorgeous scenery. Then after that, we visited Martinique, which is an overseas territory of France. It's actually governed by the metropolitan France, which is the same as Paris. This was actually one of the biggest surprises. I actually really enjoyed Martinique more than I thought I would. It was actually kind of nice. We got to explore a bit of Martinique. The port was really cool. There's Fort de Louis. We actually went in Fort de France. We got to actually see the old fort. This is Fort St. Louis. I saw Fort St. Louis still being used as a military base here in French. They have a pretty cool scenery, and we went to a plantation distillery. We got to visit that, which is cool how they did rum. Originally it was a sugarcane plantation, and they transformed all of this to rum. But it had some really great stuff in it. And the rum was pretty nice too. Here's all the barrels of rum used in these barrels. And that's the story where they make it. Of course, took some more pictures of the scenery. This was where the President of the United States, George H.W. Bush, met the French Prime Minister. They met here for some economic policies back in the day. They met here. And of course, you could see the landscape. Sugarcane, the palm trees, the mountains, and the hills and peaks. That's gorgeous. And we got to see some of the houses and stuff too. Really cool place with a really cool history. And then afterwards, we went to a botanical garden. This one's a lot nicer than the one in Dominica. And we got some great views of the peaks here. This one right here. Amazing views of the hills and mountains here. And I got some cool pictures too. Really cool stuff. Then afterwards, we visited St. Kitts and Nevis. We visited St. Kitts. This was the only time in the trip that we actually had some weather, but it wasn't actually that bad. So here's St. Kitts and Nevis. Port was definitely a lot more developed than the other one, than Dominica. It's actually reasonably well developed because Royal Caribbean goes here quite a bit. Yeah, what we did in there's the National Museum located here. Here's me. However, it was raining for quite a bit until we got done with that. But what we did was we actually took the St. Kitts Scenic Railway. Yes, it's only one of these scenic train rides in the Caribbean. There really isn't anything else like that in the Caribbean. It was pretty cool. It was a bit slow, but at least it got to explore a side of the island I think a lot of people don't get to visit. Got some great peaks. Look at some of these mountain views. Like, these are definitely very interesting Caribbean islands compared to what we visited. Got some, like I said, I got some great pictures of St. Kitts. This section here was probably some of the best pictures. Got to see an old mill and stuff. There's that. Here's the train. Like, gauges are extremely narrow here compared to other train railways. Very narrow. Of course, there's the St. Kitts coast. It's absolutely. There's the UNESCO Black Rocks. Here. And of course, then we have a picture of Montserrat here. This is Montserrat. Just north of St. Kitts is Montserrat. And yes, there was also a picture of me taking one of Nevis. Yeah, this was Oranjestad. That was Oranjestad there. And the quill. Yeah, this was Oranjestad. Not Montserrat. Got to see that. The rest was to explore downtown. And then finally, I think was actually my favorite of all the places we visited. This is Antigua. This actually ended up being our favorite place to visit. Despite how hot and humid it was actually our favorite. So we were actually in St. John, right next to the capital of Antigua. Pretty cool stuff. We actually got to visit the blockhouse. That was our excursion for Antigua. So this is the national stadium for cricket and all that. And of course, we went to the blockhouse, which was an old fort that was built up there by the British. I mean, look at the views out of this. Just breathtaking views of the island. There's the old barracks and stuff. Just gorgeous island view. But of course, then after that, we went to Shirley Heights. and you get the amazing view out of English Harbor. Look at this for a photo postcard view. How cool is that? And then finally, we did a short walk through the UNESCO World Heritage Site, Nelson's Dockyard. It's actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's the only Georgian harbor in the United States in North America. Really cool buildings and stuff. The only negative was we didn't get a lot of time to explore it, sadly. I would have loved to explore more of the dockyard. But it's an absolutely amazing place. So that ends up being the photos for our trip. Of course, it will be a while before our next vacation is going to be in. Our next vacation is going to be in May. We're going to be getting to the United Kingdom. That would be our next vacation, and trust me, there's going to be far more photos for that one. There will be far more photographs to take for that trip. And there are going to be far more of those coming up. So in terms of other stuff and other news as well, one of the other bit of news I do want to cover here is in terms of sports news. Louisville basketball has actually been extremely good, and they finished the rest of the season with wins over California, with wins over Pittsburgh, California, and Stanford. To finish the season with an insanely good 18-2 conference record. 25 wins this season, 9-game win streak. Yeah, Pat Kelsey has completely turned this entire program around. I mean, and that's why he's ACC Coach of the Year. He might very well be National Coach of the Year. So, I don't think he's going to be Coach of the Year with Rick Pitino and what he's done to St. John's. So, because I think Rick Pitino's got Coach of the Year pretty much in the bag. I mean, who could have expected them to go 27-4 this season, ahead of the two-time defending national champs UConn, Creighton, all that. So yeah, I mean, and then finally for the Premier League itself, for last week's matches, well, Everton, the Toppies, they went 1-1, tied 1-1 against Wolverhampton. So yeah, they'll be back this week for the Toppies against West Ham United. Oh yeah, and speaking of the Premier League, they will be coming to the United States this summer. Don't know if I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna make it though, because the closest one available, which is Chicago, happens to be on a freaking Wednesday. So I won't be seeing the Toffees play in the United States. Oh, balls. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the Premier League for a bit. The history of the Premier League. So what exactly is the Premier League? Well, they're the highest level of competition in the English football system. But in fact, the Premier League's existence is only pretty recent, as they were only founded in 1902. They operate a system of promotion and relegation with the English Football League, which goes all the way back to 1888. It was actually founded following a decision of the First Division clubs to break away from the English Football League. However, teams still relegated and promoted to the EFL Championship, which was actually built afterward. And the Premier League takes a bit of a $5 billion television rights deal in the United Kingdom. And the Premier League is actually the most watched sports league in the world. If you know if the NFL was watched a lot, no, the Premier League blows this out of the freaking water. as it's broadcast to the 212 territories, 643 million homes, and a potential audience of 4.7 billion people. It's also the second highest match attendance of any league behind the Germans' Bundesliga. And most stadiums are near capacity. And they've also been one of the best top-ranked leagues in UEFA, too. And 51 clubs have competed in the Premier League since its inception, 49 from England and 2 from Wales. Out of those, only 7 have won championships, which by far the 2 top teams are both Manchester's teams, Manchester United and Manchester City. Along with Chelsea, Arsenal, Blackburn, the Blackburn Rovers, Leicester City, and Liverpool have all won Premier League championships. And there have only been 6 clubs that have played in the Premier League since its inception. Arsenal, Chelsea, Everton, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Tottenham Hotspur. So all these guys have played since their first season. So, but the Premier League did have a bit of an interesting history. However, it was the late 80s when English football reached its lowest point. Thanks to deteriorating stadiums with poor facilities, hooliganism, and English clubs haven't been banned for 5 years since the Hazel Stadium disaster in Belgium between the fans of Liverpool and Juventus. The English football division was behind those of other leagues like Series A and La Liga. So overall, though, the turn of the 90s started to reverse with the 1990 FIFA Cup, the lifting of the 5-year ban of your English clubs, and the Taylor Report helped create, which came from the Hillsborough disaster. Don't talk to Liverpool fans about that. Caused a lot of it to change. And many of them have also become more businessmen, maximizing revenue and all that. And eventually, all of this led to eventually in 1990, a proposal was to establish a new league for the bigger clubs and paved the way for more money to the game overall. And they signed the founder members agreement by the game's top flight clubs, established the basic principles of the new Premier League. And the first season of it, of course, Notts County, Luton Town, Notts County, West Ham were relegated in the first division, replaced by Ipswich Town, Middlesbrough, and Blackburn. And it bred the breakup of the 104-year-old Football League. So it's separated into basically the Premier League with 1 division and the Football League with 3. So, and of course, the first winner of the new league was none other than Manchester United, which broke a 26-year wait to be champions of England. And United quickly became the dominant team for much of the Premier League, winning 7 of the first 9 trophies of the Premier League, as well as 2 league and FA Cup trophies, with veterans like Brian Robson, Steve Bruce, Mark Hughes, and Eric Cantona. Of course, there are 2 other clubs that challenged Manchester United's reign in the 90s, mainly Blackburn and Newcastle United. Finally, at the end of it, being Arsenal. 2000s, however, saw the rise of Liverpool, followed by Chelsea, which broke the duopoly of Arsenal and Manchester United in 2004-05, establishing the dominance of the Big Four, as they were often at the top of the leaderboard. Only 3 other clubs managed to qualify for competition, being Everton, Newcastle United, and Tottenham. But one of the greatest Premier League teams of all time happened in 2003-04 season with Arsenal, known as the Invincibles, as they became the first and only club so far to complete a Premier League season campaign without losing a single game. As well. Of course, after that decade over, then we have the emergence of Tottenham and especially Manchester City, because they began breaking into the top 4, and of course Tottenham became a top team in the Premier League. But however, no one's been more successful than Manchester City. having won championships in 2011, 2012, 2013-14, 2017-2018, and 2018-19, the dominance of Manchester City. However, one of the craziest things in Premier League history happened in 2015-2016, when unexpectedly the underdogs, Leicester City, won the Premier League with 5,000 to 1 odds at the beginning of the season. Became the first club outside of that Big Six to win the Premier League since Blackburn did it in '94. Off the pitch, the Big Six had a lot of political, financial power and influence, and eventually they want to have a greater share of revenue. And then finally in the 2020s was the duopoly, mainly with Liverpool and Manchester City being the two dominant powers of Premier League football. And so far, Manchester City has won 4 straight Premier League championships. Of course. Becoming the first top flight team to win 4 consecutive league titles in history as well. Nowadays, in the Premier League, of course, so far the top team this year in the Premier League, according to our results tables, is Liverpool, and they're running away with it right now. Right now it's Liverpool being the best team in the Premier League, with 70 points, followed by Arsenal at 55, then unexpectedly Nottingham Forest at 51, Chelsea at 49, Manchester City at 47, and that's tied with Newcastle United. Everton is so far, well, outside of relegation range, thankfully, but they're 15th. Maybe a win against West Ham could get Everton above Manchester United and Tottenham for a bit. I don't know if that's going to last. Crazy stuff in the Premier League. So, in terms of how competition works in the Premier League, there are 20 clubs in the Premier League. During the course of the season, from August to May, each club plays the others twice in a double round-robin system, one in their home stadium and one to their opponents for 38 games. Teams receive 3 points for winning, 1 point for a draw, and no points are awarded for a loss. Teams are ranked with total points, then goal difference, and goals scored. If still equals, the teams are deemed to occupy the same position. And of course, there's a series of promotion and relegation with the Premier League and EFL Championship. The 3 lowest placed teams in the Premier League are relegated to the Championship, and the top 2 teams for the Championship are promoted to the Premier League, with an additional team promoted after the playoffs, involving the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place clubs. So, pretty interesting stuff to see how the Premier League would. Pretty interesting stuff going on. So that means, according to the table this season, the 3 teams are going to be relegated, and they're pretty well will be relegated. Ipswich Town has not been good. Leicester City going to go back. And of course, one of the worst teams this year, Southampton's been absolutely horrible this year. It's not really that surprise. Of course, for the EFL Championship, since that's going to be for their table, it looks like Sheffield United and Leeds United are going to be back in the Premier League. They're the top 2, and then Burnley. So it could be any of those 3 teams taking the 2 spots. Then, of course, after that, outside of the top 2, you might see either Burnley, Sunderland, West Brom, or Coventry make their way to the Premier League. But we still got plenty of season left to go. Moving on. So let's look at the scenery on here today. Looks absolutely gorgeous here today. The scenery looks amazing. That's because we're in the Hills District. Lots of hills and Yorkshire Dales. Great scenery all around. So, beautiful scenery, guys. So here's our route today if you guys want to. So we're going to be heading to the city of Manchester here. That will be our next destination. City of Manchester. We'll be checking out the two top teams in the city of Manchester here pretty shortly. So our first team we'll be covering here in Manchester is going to be Manchester City Football Club. This has been one of the top teams for over a decade now. They play in Manchester, England. They were founded in 1880 as St. Mark's. Then they became Ardwick Association Club in 1887, and then finally the last name change in 1894 as Manchester City. They played at the Etihad Stadium, or the City of Manchester Stadium, in 2003, having originally played at Main Road. Of course, they are well known for their sky blue colored shirts, been wearing since 1894. Over its long history, the club has won 10 league titles, 7 FA Cups, 8 League Cups, 7 FA Community Shields. They won a UEFA Champions League, which is one of the most top prestigious competitions in European football, 1 European Cup winner, a Super Cup, and even a FIFA Club World Cup 2 to their name. Of course, the big thing that helped group the unprecedented era of success of Manchester City was when Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, through the Abu Dhabi United Group, took over the football club in 2008 and began their unprecedented era of success. Winning league titles in 2012, became their first since the 1960s. But of course, what really grew was manager Pep Guardiola, and has become one of the great managers in English football. And helped transform Manchester City into an absolute football powerhouse of a football. Having won 4 straight league championships, Premier League titles from 2020-21 to 2023-24. And right now, as a result, it is the highest revenue football club in the world with 731 million euros at the end of 2022, and is among the most valuable clubs in the world at $4.2 billion of value for Forbes. The nickname, they have multiple nicknames, but they mainly known as the Citizens, or Citizens, the Blues, or Sky Blue. Pretty cool stuff about Manchester City. Of course, they have a lot of supporters nowadays, especially with how much success the teams has produced a lot of supporters for Manchester City. However, nowadays, it's caused a lot of supporter stuff. But of course, they have a lot of supporters and stuff. They have a lot of supporters across the globe with support groups all over the world, like Abu Dhabi, Chicago, Donegal, Hong Kong, New York, Paris. Or they have a rich social media presence too. Of course, they also have a lot of anthems. Mainly, Blue Moon is their main anthem. And of course, it features a lot in pop culture here too. Of course, Manchester City's biggest rivals are none other than its other Manchester City. is their main rivals are the other Manchester team, Manchester United. They both don't like each other, and now they're historically been two of the best teams in the world. As a result, Manchester City, Man U, have become a very feared rivalry. They also have other rivalries with Liverpool and Arsenal, as well as some of their other ones. But they're mainly known for their rivalries with Manchester City. And that's their big rivalry here, too. They play at the Etihad Stadium, or the City of Manchester Stadium, as it's called for ships. It can seat up to 53,000 people, makes it the 7th largest stadium in England and the 11th largest in the UK, and was built to host the 2002 Commonwealth Games, but it's now since staged a UEFA Cup final, English football international matches, rugby league matches, a boxing title fight, a rugby World Cup event, and music concert. And apparently, they're now building a new renovation that will increase the net capacity to around 60,000 people, which will be completed in 2026. The record attendance was 54,000 against Leicester City. And this team is definitely most well known for its unique roof design, the toroidal roof, which creates a lot of interesting stuff. And of course, it has had many firsts. But it's definitely a pretty cool stadium, at least. However, the main historical issue has been the atmosphere. But it's still a pretty nice facility to watch football. Of course, we can't talk about Manchester clubs without mentioning one of the world's most supported clubs in the globe. Yes, we're talking about Manchester United. One of the most historic clubs in English football. May just be the most successful English football club by some people. They were founded in 1878 as Newton Heath LR Football Club. However, they changed their name in 1902. They're most well known as the Red Devils. They are one of the most historically significant clubs in football. They've won a record 20 top flight league titles, 13 FA Cups, 6 League Cups, 21 FA Community Shields, as well as international awards, including that of the Champions League 3 times, Europa League, Super Cup, Intercontinental Cup, and FIFA World Cup. Manchester was well known for its manager, Sir Alex Busby, built a team with an average age of 22 that won league titles in the 50s. However, one infamous event happened during this time. The Munich air disaster happened, and that incident was pretty tragic considering that this disaster killed 20 of the 44 people on board. And 23 people died, and it carried the Manchester United team. And they died due to overrunning the runway due to all the ice. And it ended up killing a lot of people too. But despite that, though, he still managed to rebuild the team and won 2 more league titles. Then he retired, and as a result, had a bit of a drought until the arrival of a certain Alex Ferguson, who was the most successful manager, winning 38 trophies, including 13 league titles, 5 FA Cups, 2 Champions League titles between 1986 and 2013. Helped build Manchester United into a institution. Nowadays, they're one of the most widely supported football clubs, as well as the highest earning club and among the most valuable. It's currently owned by the Glazer family, but nowadays there's a lot more owned by Ineos too. Of course, they're most well known for the Manchester City Council coat of arms. And of course, they're known as the Red Devils. And they're most well known for the red and gold color scheme. Of course, they are among the most supportive football clubs in the world. There's over 200 recognized branches in their support club in 24 countries. Um, and they do a lot of summer tours worldwide, and apparently there's estimates of 75 million fans of Manchester United. Of course, I will support Manchester United. Why would I? Their rivalry, of course, has been Manchester City. But they also have historically other rivals, including Leeds United, that dates back to the War of the Roses, and of course, their most hated rival, Liverpool, actually. That's because those two cities are two of the biggest names in football, and as a result, it's the most famous fixture in English football, if not the entire sport. Yes, those two do not like each. The Liverpool Manchester United rivalry is the best rivalry in English football. They also have a massive global brand. They also have a massive global brand, sponsors, and all that. And they have a rich history with so many legendary players. Just an incredible sort of stuff. Then, of course, the legendary Old Trafford. Old Trafford is a theater of dreams. It is the largest club football stadium in the United Kingdom and the second largest in the UK with a capacity of 74,000 people. And it's Europe's 12th largest stadium. It was actually nicknamed the Theatre of Dreams by Bobby Charlton and has been the home ground of Manchester United since 1910. It did suffer bombing damage during World War II and went through several expansions in the 90s and 2000s with additional tiers and stands. It's hosted things include FA Cup finals, FIFA World Cup events, UEFA Euros, the 2012 Summer Olympics, and more. And it's a massive facility, especially for English football. Absolutely huge. Of course, nowadays, the future of it is, well, it's going to get replaced, actually. That's because they're going to build a brand new facility not far from Old Trafford, but this new stadium is going to have 100,000 people in it, which will absolutely shatter the record. Which is absolutely going to shatter the UK record by Wimbledon by almost 10,000. And it even looks like a freaking circus. But yes, it would be a brand new stadium. And it looks like a giant circus, which is kind of fitting considering just how much it is. Yes, they're going to build a brand new facility to replace the old stadium. Actually, have a bit of plan change. I've changed the plans. So instead of EGGL, we're going to actually change to EGCB. We're actually going to land at Barton Airport instead. I'm going to actually stop here first. We're about to enter the city of Manchester. Pretty cool. So yeah, a little bit of, but yeah, some interesting facts about Manchester United. They got so many supporters, not even crazy amount of people support. They have their own TV network too as well. Of course, Liverpool's by far their most hated rivalry, and I mean they played 216 meetings, and so far the most successful club was Manchester United, winning 83 of the 216 total meetings. It's mainly been fueled by both proximity, their historical, economic, and industrial rivalry, football dominance, and popularity. And they're two of the most successful teams in English football. They don't like each other. And yes, hooliganism is kind of also a thing. Yeah, and so far, they're still one below Liverpool for Manchester United. Here it is, guys, Manchester. Unfortunately, for some reason, Manchester doesn't have any photogrammetry for some reason. Why that's not the case. But this is at the Etihad. Sadly, no photogrammetry here. Sadly, Manchester has no photogrammetry whatsoever. So this is the famous Etihad, and there's the train facilities here for Manchester City. Thankfully, Liverpool has photogrammetry, thankfully. So here is the city of Manchester. Known as England's second city. This city definitely is the second largest city in England, of course. Downtown Manchester, and we're going to visit Old Trafford. I think it's going to have the same thing as the other parts of it, sadly. The stadiums and stuff need to have some photogrammetry. So we're going to stop here at Barton Airport. They also have the National Football Museum, too. If you'd like to learn more about English football, that would definitely be a great place to learn. And there is Old Trafford. Sadly, with no photogrammetry. Well, that's the Theater of Dreams. You can't do it without photogrammetry. Come on. There's also the Old Trafford Cricket Ground, too. There's the cricket ground, and there's the Old Trafford football ground. We're going to land at Barton Airport, Manchester Barton. That will be our first stop of the day. Of course, this week is streams, by the way, for this week. On Friday and Sunday, we'll do our 50 states and 50 streams. Friday, we'll cover the Buckeye State, Ohio. We'll be going from Cincinnati up to Cleveland via Dayton and Columbus. Dayton, Columbus, Akron, Canton, and Akron. We'll be visiting Ohio on Friday. And then Sunday will be Louisiana. We'll be going from Shreveport down to the Big Easy. Be checking all that out. And of course, this Barton is mainly a reliever airport for the much larger Manchester Airport. It's mainly used for light aircraft and helicopters. And it was built since 1928. Mainly used for like DC-3 routes. But nowadays, it was mainly back then for World War II for military aircraft repair and overhaul. Oh, guys, Manchester Park. It was also used a lot for film and TV programs, including Brass, Jersey Beat, and Island at War were used a lot for filming. I know they have the cross cart. I was thinking about getting the cross cart and all that. Here's Barton. Good thing is, I got a stole plane for that. I got a stole planes. And that's our first leg of the day here. So, we'll stop here for just a bit. Here's the city of Manchester behind us. We'll stop here for a bit and get some chilling and resting here for the first half of our stream. We'll be preparing our second leg of the stream very shortly as we visit the city of Liverpool, Birmingham, Leicester, and Nottingham. That'll be our second leg of the day. we're going to go ahead and cover a bit about that as well. So we're going to go ahead and prepare for the takeoff. So, of course, we have to go to our next one. We're going to visit Manchester United's most hated rival, Liverpool Football Club. Of course, they are the most successful club in English football. Founded in 1892 and played their games at Anfield, they have been one of the most valuable and supported clubs in the world. They've won 19 league titles, FA Cups, 10 League Cups, and 16 FA Community Shields in English competition. Internationally, they've won 6 European Cups, 3 UEFA Cups, 4 UEFA Super Cups, and a FIFA World Cup, and it established itself as a major football power in the 1960s, led by Bill Shankly, before becoming perennial title contenders at home and abroad with coaches like managers like Bob Paisley, Joe Fagan, and Kenny Dalglish throughout the 70s and 80s. However, then Liverpool had a bit of a title drought, and it didn't take till 2020 under Jurgen Klopp to win their first Premier League title. They're simply known as the Reds, of course, and Shankly adopted the all-red strip used ever since. They also adopted the club anthem you see in the logo, "You'll Never Walk Alone," which was a song written by none other than the Gary and the Pacemakers. Of course, while their main rival is Manchester United, is their biggest rival, they're also rivals with Everton. Yes, the Toffees, of course, known as St. Blues, and they have a long-standing rivalry known as the Merseyside Derby. However, they were involved in 2 tragedies as well. The Hazel Stadium disaster in 1985 that resulted in 39 deaths, and most infamously, the Hillsborough disaster in 1989 when 89 Liverpool supporters died in a crowd rush, which led to the elimination of fence-standing terraces in favor of all-seater stadiums. Of course, the one major thing about that incident and about the whole Hillsborough disaster was it made the Sun pretty hated newspaper. Don't believe me? Trust me, they still boycott the Sun newspaper. I'm gonna go a little slower for this leg. The first part of his leg. Of course, Everton. In fact, I know as a Liverpool fan, they say, "Oh, they're like the big bros." In reality, Liverpool starting actually came from Everton. That's because the whole story about the Liverpool FC came from Everton, funnily enough, when there was a dispute between the committee and the club president owner and the owner land of Anfield. After 8 years, Everton moved to Goodison, and Holding, who still remained the club president owner of it, became the founder of Liverpool FC, and the rest became history. And they played, and the rest is history. With that rivalry with Everton is the rest of its history. And that's why it's known as the Friendly Derby as well. However, despite that though, the Merseyside Derby has had more players off than any other Premier League game. It's the most ill-disciplined fixture in the Premier League. So there's that. But Liverpool also has over 300 sport clubs in 100 countries, and they go around the world for their tours. Of course, their main anthem is "You'll Never Walk Alone," but mainly recorded by Gary and the Pacemakers, Liverpoolians. And Liverpool also has a long history with fan support in media. And it's among the most watched football clubs in the world, which over 724 million people watch Liverpool FC. And of course, they have an extremely wide support all across the globe. Of course, their historic venue, and I will be visiting this too, is Anfield. which I will be visiting here as well. Anfield is the main stadium of Liverpool since their formation in 1892. It was actually originally the home of Everton from 1884 to 1891. Yes, this used to be Everton's home ground. Here's the whole dispute. There's 4 main stands at Anfield. The main stand, Sir Kenny Dalglish stand, the Anfield Road stand, and most well known, the Seapunk Cup, which is where all the hardcore Liverpool fans sit. Record attendance was 61,000 people. And while there has been developments for it, they have been more development stuff at Anfield. But it's got a long, rich history as it's played home to many types of matches over the years. And it's used for all sorts of events, including rugby league. Other sports have been played here, like boxing matches, marathons, even basketball. And of course, it's a popular concert venue as well for many people, and it's set many records. Of course, you can't talk about Liverpool football if you don't bring up Everton, too. If you don't ever bring up Everton in the Blues. Because let me tell you a little something about Everton, of course. Everton was the original football club here in the city. Yes, that's right. They were the original football club here in Liverpool, founded in 1878, one of the founding members of the English Football League in 1888, as well as being a founding member of the Premier League, just making it one of 3 clubs to found both leagues. Everton's got a long, proud history, and they've won 24 trophies. Still much less than Liverpool, but it's still a very proud history with 9 league titles, 5 FA Cups, 1 European Cup, Winners' Cup, and 9 Charity Shield. Of course, what really grew Everton was during the 1960s. And 80s were the most successful eras of Everton history. They've also had a very long history in top-level football. Having been around, has the 2nd longest continuous presence in top flight football, as well as 3rd all-time points ranking, and completed for a record 122 seasons in top division of English football, only missing 4 seasons in 1930-31 and then 1951 to 1954. That's it. Only missed 4 seasons. The traditional kit are royal blue shirts as their main supports. However, I call them the Toffees because Chelsea FC also is known as the Blues, too. Don't want to confuse one for the other. They're also known. The supporters are known as Evertonians, and they, of course, their rivalry is none other than Liverpool FC, and it is a very special rivalry. Maybe one of the best ones in English football, even if it isn't as close as some of the other ones. Liverpool still wins the majority games, especially during the 21st century. It is still a very intense rivalry, too. Of course, there has been a lot of people crossing from players who played on both sides from both teams. And pretty crazy. There's a lot of allegiances, but it is a very intense rivalry. Definitely one that you definitely know. Of course, there are some well-known Everton supporters too. Trust me, Everton's got a lot of notable supporters. From actors and entertainers like Sylvester Stallone, Michael B. Jordan, Ian Hart, to musicians such as several members of the Beatles, like Pete Best, John Lennon, George Harrison, Paul McCartney, and then you even got politicians and other sports people, including, I believe, Canada's new Prime Minister is going to be also an Evertonian too. And more importantly too, Everton also has some very famous football players, including the legendary Dixie Dean, one of the greatest ever played English football. Of course, they mainly play right now, they're playing their final season at historic Goodison Park. Goodison is this is the last season for Goodison Park, having been around since 1892. It's 39,000 people. It's hosted more top-flight games than any other stadium in England. Also been a venue for the FA Cup and numerous international fixtures, including the 1966 World Cup. It's also got several firsts, too, including being one of the first stadiums to actually feature floodlights. Of course, another part of it is the St. Luke's Church was also built on the grounds, and a lot of people from Everton like to come and visit this area. However, it will be having a new facility. There will be a brand new facility in 2025. That's right, they're going to be moving to the brand new Everton Stadium. And that's going to be the brand new facility at Branley Moor Dock. Open here. This will become the new home ground for Everton football in 2025 and 2026, replacing Goodison Park. When it will open, it will become the 8th largest stadium in England and the 11th largest in Britain with 52,888 people. It could expand to potentially even more people. And they built it on the Branley Moor Dock. It will be the heart of a new mixed-use development. In addition, it will also be a host venue for the UEFA Euro 2028 that will be held in England. During this time. Of course, one interesting little controversy it's around 750 million pounds. But of course, the most interesting thing that the stadium costs, however, is it actually costed Liverpool, the Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City, to be. It lost its status as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But I think it would be worth it, as if I get a bit of development in the pier, and Everton gets a new football ground that will help them keep up financially with the other clubs, especially Liverpool. Inside. So, pretty cool stuff. And I will be visiting Everton Stadium when we get to Liverpool. I'll be checking out the new grounds. In fact, speaking of which, I actually have worked on a document on this too. And I've actually worked on our document called Everton FC Landmarks Itinerary. And I worked on this for the new trip that's going to be coming up in June. So I worked on itinerary for Everton FC history of Everton. So we visited. So the plan is going to be we visit the Everton lockup, Prince Rupert's Tower. That's the symbol of the crest. Then we'll visit the Sandon, which I know is nowadays for Liverpool, but this was actually where both Everton and Liverpool's football history began here in England, because it was a hotspot for St. Domingos, which is where Everton was made. Then, of course, it was the epicenter for football in Liverpool, and then the whole rent issues, and it was occurred all in this building. Began a new legacy with Liverpool FC. But the reason I say that is because, like I said earlier, Liverpool FC and Everton's history, they're inseparable. You can't separate one without the other. Then we check out Anfield, Everton's former stadium, and current home of Liverpool FC. Plus, I'm a sports fan. I want to take some pictures of Anfield. Come on, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I'm not going to do it again. Why not? Then we visit Goodison Park. I don't know if it's going to be torn down yet when we visit Goodison Park, but I hope that we get a chance to visit Goodison. If it's not torn down by the time I get there, I'll take some pictures of it. Then, which will also include the Dixie Dean statue and all that. the Winslow Pub, which is Everton's main pub, the Church of St. Luke, all around the Goodison area, and then finally the new stadium, which was built in the time. But yeah, I want to do some stuff because I'm an Evertonian. I want to take some pictures of the Toffees in their homes. Yeah, Everton FC, rich history, that not many clubs have. Well, do they have a lot of championships? No, but there is hope for the future for Everton football. They got new ownership, the Franklin Group. They got brand new ownership of the Franklin Group. And of course, they brought David Moyes back, who was a really good manager for Everton during the 2000s. He was an extremely good manager for Everton. He made Everton to some of its best era since the mid 90s. And Everton still hasn't lost under Moyes' second debut. So here it is, guys. Look at this. They're right next to each other. No joke. On-field and Goodison are literally separated by Stanley Park. So again, they're that close. That's why this rivalry is a big deal in English football. So this the legendary on-field. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting a tour here if I wasn't a Liverpool fan. If I was a Liverpool fan. There's the cop. You'll never walk alone. So take a look at and circle around. There's the conservatory. Yeah, I cannot wait to visit Liverpool. I'm so excited. There's like the team store. Liverpool. The Red. So I know a lot of you guys are wondering, Viper, why the heck did you pick Everton as your club? Did you pick Liverpool? Well, I think there's two reasons I picked Everton. First being, of course, Everton. Blue is my favorite color. One reason is that blue is my favorite color, the whole wide world. The other being, well, of course, number two, Liverpool FC are owned by Fenway Sports Group, which, guess what, includes the Boston Red Sox. The baseball team I hate the most. I hate the Red Sox. So yeah, here's all of Everton's history. Oh, Goodison. Bid you farewell, grand old lady. And the third reason I picked Everton was because their history reminded me is similar to a team I cheer for, the Cincinnati Reds. But if you know anything about the Cincinnati Reds, you would probably know the Cincinnati Reds have a long history, like Everton, been a major part of English football and has a massive contribution, just like how the Reds are for baseball. And both clubs haven't won anything since the 90s, which is also the Reds. So boom, easy fit. Also helps that Allison is also a fan of both teams, so if Allison could, I can too. So Everton will be playing right here, actually. This area here is where Everton will be playing their football. Right here at Branley-Moore Dock. That is where Everton's going to be playing football next. Is right on the Branley-Moore Dock, right below us. That is where Everton football will be playing their grounds. around the dock. How cool is that? And here's downtown Liverpool, which, again, I will be visiting here in June. If you guys aren't aware about Liverpool, I can tell you a couple things about the city itself. For one, Liverpool is England's cultural capital. It was a major port of the Atlantic slave trade. For a lot, it was also a departure point for many English and Irish immigrants to North America. It grew with the Industrial Revolution. And of course, Liverpool is a cultural hub, thanks to the Beatles, of course. And it's where a lot of UK artists make their name, also producing many actors, artists, and more. And residents are known as Scousers because of the local stew. If you look to your left, you can see the dock, and that's actually where I'm going to be setting up my cruise, which is great because guess what's right next to us? The three most important buildings in the city. The Liver Building, here, the British Music Experience, and the Port Liverpool Building. All of that here as well. The three most important buildings in the city right here. And of course, there's lots of stuff, including the Museum of Liverpool, Maritime Museum, and more. Yes, Liverpool is such a cool city, and I'll be visiting here next year, later this year. So I will make tons of pictures of Liverpool. I cannot wait. And there's the big old Liverpool Cathedral, too. Just such a cool city. Liverpool has got to be one of the coolest English cities to visit. Cannot wait. But we're going to 1,500 feet. Alright guys, we'll fly this way for 59 more nautical. Our way over to our next destination, our next stop, is at Wolverhampton, home of the Wanderers. Yeah, I like I said, I cannot wait to visit Liverpool. It's gonna be so cool. And also the nice thing about Liverpool is this city is really walkable. You can walk around the entire city if you want to. That walkable. I'm super excited for that. We've got more elements of Premier League football to go. If you guys are enjoying this stream and enjoying the content, smash that follow button. Support the channel. We stream 3 days a week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays here on Twitch. If you guys are interested to catch more of it, I have my Discord set up. You guys are more than free to visit. Yeah, Liverpool is such a cool city. Oh. Of course, there was Liverpool Airport over here, Liverpool Airport. We'll be heading our way over to Leicester, to Wolverhampton. To our right, there is not far from here is the beautiful city of Chester. Really nice city, a lot of charming character. Also, speaking about other games too, I do have FIFA EAFC 25, but I can never seem to get the controls working. So we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the next football club we'll be visiting here soon, that being Wolverhampton Wanderers, or simply known as Wolves. They're based in Wolverhampton, England. They play at historic Molyneux Stadium, and they've been playing around since 1977, one of the original founders of the Football League in 1880, along with Everton and Aston Villa as the only ones that are still here in the Premier League. Their logo features the Wolves Head logo. They've had rivalries within the other West Midlands, including Aston Villa and Birmingham City. But the main one is the Black Country Derby with West Bromwich Albion. Nowadays, it's owned by the Chinese conglomerate of Fuson International. Currently owns the company. Currently owns Wolverhampton. They've won quite a few league championships, including English League champions 3 times under the management of Stan Cullis. They also won 2 FA Cup titles in 1949-1960. They won the League Cup in 1976-1980. However, they did have a lot of financial issues during the 1980s. They originally started in the 4th League Division. However, they turned around and went back to the top division in 2003, and they remain part of the. And they currently have been remaining part of the Premier League since 2017. Of course, they're well known for their gold and black color scheme for the City Council's motto. And they were originally red and white. They actually adopted gold and black. Of course, they're well known for their supporters across the UK and the world, including those of Australia, US, Sweden, Germany, Ireland, and others. Especially have a large Scandinavian fan base due to the area's coverage in the 70s. And the first English match for a lot of these countries featured Wolverhampton. They also have rivalries, mainly the Black Country Derby with West Bromwich Albion, separated by only 11 miles, but other rivalries with Aston Villa and Birmingham City. But the most interesting thing about their fan culture was the Happy Wanderer. Of course, they also had a lot of hooligans from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And all that. They got quite an interesting league history, and that's for sure. Pretty neat stuff about Wolverhampton. Of course, they play a historic Molyneux Stadium, and that is their historic ground at Molyneux. Opened back in 1889, older than many clubs. It was the first stadium built for use by a football league club. Goodison was the first purpose-built one, but this is the earliest one for a football league club, and was one of the first to install floodlights in the 1950s. At the time of its renovation in 1990s, it was one of the biggest and most modern stadiums in England. However, nowadays, with all seating, it's now become 31,000. Its record attendance was 61,000. So there currently been redevelopment that can make it up to 50,000 people. But it's a super cool stadium with a rich history. It's definitely pretty cool. So overall, that is a bit about Wolverhampton. Wanderers, of course. Wolves definitely have. So hey, Sky Command, good to see you. And welcome on, my dude. Check out Sky Command, a great dude and a guy who makes a great channel. Good to see you, Sky Command. We're doing all the Premier League teams in England. We're England in the Savage Warden. We're exploring all the English football clubs. That's what we're today. So we're currently heading to Wolverhampton is our next destination. We started all the way back in Newcastle, Sky. We went to Manchester, talk about the two titans of Manchester, City and United. We're stopping at Barton, and then we went our way over to Liverpool FC and Everton, the Merseyside, and now we're heading to Wolverhampton. Yes, this is going to be a pretty long stream for this. That's why I started early today. As I did. Then the other Birmingham team in the Premier League is going to be Aston Villa. Yes, the historic Aston Villa, founded back in 1874. Played at the historic Villa Park since 1897, and were one of the oldest and most successful clubs in England, winning the Football League First Division 7 times, 7-time FA Cup champion, the Cup 5 times, and the European Cup and Super Cup once. And it has been a leading English club since the 1880s. They were pioneers of the modern pass game, led by the Scotsman George Ramsay, who was also appointed as the world's first professional football manager. And of course, they were one of the founding members of the Football League in 1888, when it was actually a Villa director, William McGregor, who founded it. And George Ramsay's trophy of 6 league championships and 6 FA Cup established Aston Villa as the most successful club in England, where it held from the 1890s and it lasted until all the way in the 1970s as England's most successful club. However, then it kind of declined after the 70s when it was relegated. Thankfully, they did return back to the elite by Mont Saunders. And of course, they were also one of the founding members of the Premier League, making them only one of 3 clubs to be a founding member of both the Premier League and the Football. And believe it or not, they're one of the other 3 founders that have been founded in both the Premier League and the regular season were Aston Villa, Everton. Everton were one of the only other ones, and finally the last one founded in both leagues of both the Football League and the Premier League. Who've ever participated in the Premier League club of both. Of both those leagues as well. I believe. I believe. Of course, Aston Villa has been spent 111 seasons of top-flight football, second most after Everton. Wolves ranked 5th all-time in the top-flight table since creation. 7th most successful club in English football. Their most fierce rivalry has been Birmingham City in the second seed derby played since 1879, as well as another rivalry with West Bromwich Albion as the West Midlands derby. They're currently owned by V Sports, owned by Egyptian billionaire Nassif Sawiris, American billionaire Wes Edens, and the American Investment Company. They got many different supporters from all across the Midlands and beyond, and its supporter clubs all across the world. Aston Villa also has its own anthems, the Bells Are Ringing. And they definitely have a fierce rivalry as well. They have a lot of really interesting stuff, and they play at the really cool stage. They also have a unique shirt, too. Their claret and sky blue is the unique colors for Aston Villa. Of course, they play at the historic Villa Park. This historic venue has been around since 1897. It seats 42,000 people. And it's both less than a mile away from both railway stations. It has hosted 16 international matches for English football. Most recently in 2005, it's hosted more FA Cup semifinals than any other stadium in England, 10th largest in the country. Its record attendance was 76,000 people in March 1946 in Derby County. Also going to complete renovations by the time of UEFA Euro 2028. However, they've been home. But it's a really cool seat. There are 4 stands: the Holt End, North Stand, Doug Allen Stand, and Trinity Road Stand. It's also been featured in other sporting matches too. Cricket matches have actually been played here, funnily enough. Yes, they play cricket here. Boxing, rugby league played here. Pool matches of rugby in the Commonwealth game. It's also been used by musicians too. That's a really cool sporting facility here for Aston Villa football. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, let me get to some of the famous fans of Aston Villa. And they're home to lots of famous fans of Aston Villa football. The Prince of Wales supports Villa Park. Tom Hanks is a celebrity supporter of Aston Villa. Former Prime Minister David Cameron supports it. And all sorts of famous people, including Ozzy Osbourne, Geezer Butler, Nigel Kennedy, David Bradley, and more support Aston Villa. Got some very famous supporters. And of course, Wolverhampton Wolves. They have some really interesting supporters too, including musicians Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin, Tito Jackson, personalities Susie Perry and Jackie Oatley. Andy Murray supports the tennis star. Andy Murray supports them, as well as Dennis Irwin. Some pretty famous people. Liverpool FC. Where do I begin with the famous Liverpool fans? There are tons of them. To be fair, they are one of the most widely supported teams in the world. Not a surprise. Everton. That includes Stallone, McCartney, Judi Dench, Justin Bieber, Samuel L. Jackson. Supporters of Everton. Manchester United got a crap ton of fans for Manchester United. They got David Beckham, Conor McGregor, Timberlake, Usain Bolt. Too many people. How about Newcastle United? Because I want to see. Sam Fender, Sting, Chris Eubank, Ant. Yeah, they got too many famous Liverpool supporters. Hey, Muttley, good to see you, Muttley. Hope you're doing well, my dude. We're in England currently. We're about to visit Wolverhampton. We're going to check out Molyneux Stadium next. We still got a long way to go for this stream. We still got to go. We still got to go visit Wolverhampton, or Aston Villa. Then we're going to Leicester. Check out the Foxes. Get our way to Nottingham. We're going to make our way over to the Wolves. We're going to go ahead and this is Wolverhampton. I think Birmingham downtown itself has photo bridge, but I don't think Wolverhampton. we go. We're going to go ahead and prepare for our next leg into Birmingham. This here is Molyneux Stadium. Fortunately, has no photogrammetry, so here's Molyneux. All right. Now, of course, I don't think that's going to be an issue for Aston Villa coming up. That will have photogrammetry for sure. Hey, good to see you, Dammy. Thank you so much. We're gonna go to Villa Park, home of Villa, the Lions. What? Oh yeah, the other clubs have found the Premier League. Oh, there is one more. Aston Villa, Everton, and Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough is the only other club. Oh, Blackburn. Yep. Here's downtown Birmingham. Now, this does have photogrammetry, so we might be able to see Villa Park. Then afterwards, we'll be heading over to Leicester. Going to be our next stop. We head into Leicester, then Nottingham. Here is Villa Park, historic home of Aston Villa. There it is, Villa Park. And climb this bad boy up to 100 feet. I'm going to go ahead and let me get the music. So, we're going to head now to Leicester, 28 nautical miles. And there. Leicester, notice the foxes. You guys probably, some of you may not be aware of it, but Leicester was founded in 1884 and became Leicester City in 1919. They played in the Premier League after their promotion in 2023-2024 last year. They play at King Power Stadium, that's been their home since 2002, and they actually won a Premier League title in 2015-2016, as well with 1 FA Cup, 3 League Cups, and 2 Community Shields. And they're only one of 5 teams to won all 3 domestic trophies since 2000, making them the 6th most successful club in English football of the century. And of course, you all probably know about their successful Premier League title back in 2015-2016, where they shocked the world with 5,001 bets in the regular start of the season, and they won the Premier League. So this makes them one of only 7 clubs to win the Premier League since its inception. And the last time they reached something this high was in 1928-29. They've also competed in 7 European campaigns. As far as they've reached was the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals in 2017. But really interesting franchise. They're known as the Foxes, of course. Really interesting stuff and interesting beginnings, of course. But of course, they are well known for their main rivals, being Nottingham Forest, Derby County, and Coventry City are their main rivals. Of course, they also have rivalries with Derby County, and both don't like each other. But their main rival is 9-4. Club anthem is When You're Smiling, dates back to the 1970s. At one point, they had violent hooliganism. As 1 point 2000, they were one of the more violent clubs. They have pretty well-known rivalries, of course. Pretty cool stuff about Leicester. And yeah, that run was still one of the greatest. One interesting other incident that happened during the 2010s was a helicopter crash when the Gus Westland 169 carrying the chairman and 4 others crashed outside the club's stadium. And all 5 people died. Result, which is tragic because they lost one of the most important people in their ownership. They play at King Power Stadium, their facility. This stadium opened back in 2002 to replace their old ground. Of course, it has 32,000 people play in the stadium and replaced the old stadium at Filbert Street. It was most well known for some notable matches, including their first game being a friendly with Athletic Bilbao, hosted several English international matches, football events, of course, most notably their Premier League appearances, especially with their trophy in 2016. In addition to football, they also hosted some international matches, English matches, as well as rugby events hosted here at the facility. Pretty cool stuff. We're going to go ahead and get our way over to Leicester. And then from Leicester, we'll make our way to Nottingham. We'll make our second landing of the day here at Nottingham. We're going to make our way up there. Leicester will come up soon, and then from there we'll turn left. We'll make our way over to Nottingham. I'll get a quick rest break, and then we'll get prepared. We're going to go ahead and prepare for. We'll be back with the 50 states on Friday and Sunday. I just wanted to do something a little different this morning. Bit of a longer stream, but I wanted to do something a little different today. Next week, we'll actually be doing some flying out of the BA's new hub in Stockholm. So we're going to be checking out Stockholm, Arlanda. Here's Leicester. Shortly. So, let's go ahead. Now here's Leicester. Very cool little city. This city is actually 13th most populous city in the United Kingdom. Its urban area is actually 13th most populous in the UK. And the largest city in the East Midlands has been around since ancient times as the Roman town of Rete Tavorum. It was actually a very important area during the Victorian Age. Very cool city. History. And it's most well known for its museums, including a Caribbean Carnival Parade, the largest in the UK outside of London. The Diwali celebration, the largest outside of India. The largest comedy festival in the UK, it's Leicester Comedy Festival, and a Pride Parade. Here is Leicester City's stadium, King Power Stadium. That we're going to officially Yep, there's the stadium. Yeah, again, no photograph. I'm still gonna take photos of it. Now I'm gonna head over to Nottingham Forest football. Last team of this stop, at least. So Nottingham Forest, you all know this year about Nottingham Forest is doing very well this season in Premier League. They're actually the top four this year, top three this year. They're third in the Premier League. But this team is actually much older than you think. They've been around since 1865 and played their games at City Ground since 1898. They've won 2 European Cups, which is now the Champions League, making them one of only 6 clubs to actually claim the competition. They did so twice. They also secured a UEFA Super Cup, a League Championship, 2 FA Cups, 4 League Cups, and a Charity Shield. And they compete in the top 2 tiers of English football in all but 5 seasons of their existence. This is their first admission. And the most successful period came in the late 70s and early 80s, winning back-to-back European Cups in 1979 and 19. When it was led by the management of Brian Clough and Peter Taylor. And then in the close final decade, they won the League Cups in 1989 and 1990 League Cups. They've also been finalists in the FA Cup finals in 1991 and 1992 League Cups, or relegation for the Premier League in 1993. And they've been in the Premier League since 2022. Their main rivalry is Derby County in the East Midlands Derby, but their main rival nowadays has been Leicester. It's their biggest rival. They play at City Ground, which actually is about 300 yards from Notts County Stadium in Meadow Lane. But pretty cool stuff. And their crest, they've been wearing red since 1865, and their first crest badge has been introduced in 1974 for a design contest. But pretty cool stuff. Well, really neat little club. It's got a lot of history. Like, they're not the biggest club compared to others, but also, funnily enough, Nottingham Forest was also one of the teams involved in the Hillsborough Stadium disaster. And of course, their stadium they play at is the City Ground. It is their main facility they've been playing since 1998. The venue for the UEFA Euro 1996. Of course, this stadium, however, is most famous, however, for being where the Hillsborough disaster. It's from the Taylor Report. Of course, it was relocation stuff, but now they're actually working to expand the stadium. Currently, it seats 30,000. However, they said they will expand this to 38,000 in the future. Its record is 49,000 when they played Manchester United in 1967. But definitely a pretty cool little stadium for sure. Neat little place to watch some football. Oh, really? In Brer? Oh, that's interesting. Tour 600. Oh, another little business jet. Oh, that should be interesting. Getting those should definitely be interesting to type on. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, 4,000 mile range. It's definitely a pretty interesting new business jet, that's for sure. And we're going to land at Nottingham Airport. Nottingham City Airport, so we're going to be pretty close. Now, of course, the city of Nottingham, funnily enough, of course, you all probably know Nottingham for being the area around Robin Hood, of course. But it's actually the home of Robin Hood. The legend himself was heroic outlaw was actually makes his home here in Nottingham. It's also home to lace making, bicycle, and tobacco industry. Population is 323,000 people, and its larger area is 768,000. It's a major sporting center, and it's the home of English sports, thanks to the National Ice Center, Water Sports, and Trent Bridge Cricket Ground are all based in the city, making it a very prominent sports city. It's also home to Notts County, the world's oldest professional club, founded in 1862. And of course, Nottingham Forest. It's a UNESCO City of Literature in 2015, making it one of 20 cities to become part of it. So it's definitely a cool city with a really cool history. Like, there's so many really cool English cities that have their own history. So we're going to visit the stadium, and then we'll make our way to our first stop here at Nottingham Airport. I'll be taking a bow break, and then we'll be back for the next legs of the flight. Here's the beautiful city of Nottingham, and yeah, this city actually has a little grammetry, so we might actually get a little closer to the stadium. Here we go, guys. The city of Nottingham. Here it is, City Ground, and believe it or not, here's also the stadium next to it, Notts County. So we actually get a view of both facilities if you guys want to, because they're literally separated by the River Trent. Those two sporting facilities. here it is. City ground, and there is Notts County. Lower league team, but they're very close to each other. Not every day you get a rivalry that has two cities this close to him. Pretty cool. They're pretty cool city as well. And right now this year, they're doing amazing this season. Nottingham Forest are having an unbelievably good year in the Premier League. Yeah, here's 9. Yeah, they're above some of the big 6 members. The only ones they're below is obviously Liverpool's having an absolute insane season of their own. And then the other one being, well, Arsenal, who historically has always been a good team with tons of potential. The Nottingham Forest. We're going to prepare for our second lane of the day. So I'm going to take a bio break and refill my beverage. We'll be back up here very short. And that's second leg. We're landing here at Nottingham. So I'll be back in the bio break in about a few minutes. So I'll be back soon. So see you in a few minutes, guys. Hey guys, we're back. So we're prepared for the next leg. We'll be flying to Ipswich, and make our way over to London Stansted. So let's go ahead and prepare for the leg. Go ahead and make this leg. Go guys. We officially make our way over to Ipswich. We're going to be flying here for the next 97 nautical miles. Let's go ahead and make our way there. It's going to be a bit of a longer leg, but it's that long for a reason. That's because this is the first East Out team in the Premier League. We got a bit of a ways to go. Of course, there's some famous fans of Nottingham Forest, including boxing world champion Leigh Wood, Ken Clark, the former MP turned Baron of Nottingham, cricket player Stuart Broad, Lee Westwood, golfer, and James D. Bradfield, for some people of Nottingham Forest fans. Very, very slowly. Now we're getting more into the English countryside. So of course, in terms of flight sim news and MSFS add-ons, I think I'll grab the code and get the drop lines. I think I've still coded there. and they have the cross card. I'm probably gonna get that. Well. Yeah, they got the cross cart, which I actually just purchased. Thank you very much. I actually just got the cross carts. So I'm probably going to take that for some of the national park stuff. I might also do that too. For MSFS 2024. So I'm probably going to install it first. But it is the cross cart, so I just got that. I thought that would be nice to have, and plus, well, since we're going to be doing a National Park Series in the future, we'll be doing... I think there will be several areas where I think that cart could be really useful. Or one of those being... some of the... I think there's some really cool places that can use them. Glacier National Park can be really useful for the cart. That could be really useful. Yellowstone, a lot of Yellowstone's drivable. So I think Yellowstone would be cool, and Grand Teton would also be fantastic. Like I said, just got it, so I'll probably show it off and get it for the National Park Series. I got all sorts of stuff. From MSFS add-ons, yeah, they got an Embraer 600, which is cool. I definitely need to get the cap for Palestina. I haven't got it yet, but I need to grab it. Definitely need to grab that. But yeah, I'm gonna do the Brazil update, not next Wednesday because that's gonna be Stockholm, but it'll be the Wednesday afterwards. We'll check out a bit about Brazil. I'll check the world update for Brazil. We'll do the photogrammetry cities of Rio, Sao Paulo, Brasilia. That. And I believe it will be you'll probably be doing some airliner flights. We'll do Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, and then Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia, which would be really cool. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. Marketplace is also available too, which is great to hear. Great to hear the marketplace is finally here. Took us long enough, but at least they've been patient to get things working. that's still really cool news that we got to have some stuff for the MSS marketplace. I know a lot of people were really enjoying their A350s. Even I don't blame you. The A350 looks amazing. A lot of people really enjoyed their time with. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So of course the team we'll be visiting next is Ipswich. Ipswich Town FC is our next place. Unfortunately, they're not doing very well this year. Um, However, Ipswich Town definitely is an interesting football club in that they've been around since 1978, known as the Blues or the Tractor Boys, their nicknames. They play at Portman Road, and they successfully got back-to-back promotions from League One to the Championship over the last 2 years. But they didn't turn professional until 1936 and became part of the Football League in 1938. They won their league title in 1961, the first season top flight, and they finished as runner-ups in 1980, in 1981 and 81-82 seasons. And they finished top 10 in the first division for 10 years. They even took home an FA Cup in 1978 and even a UEFA Cup in 1981. Yes, and they have never lost at home to European competition at all. They beat teams like Real Madrid, some of the greatest teams in the world. Real Madrid, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Lazio, and FC Barcelona. They played their home games at historic Portman Road. Been around since 1884. It's an old place. And their long-standing rivalry is with Norwich City. And they contest an East England derby. Pretty cool stuff. And Ipswich actually has it's actually been involved in pop culture in the 1981 film Escape to Victory, along with Stallone and Pele, which included John Ward, Russell Osmond, Robin Turner, and more. And they actually have some pretty famous, surprisingly, some pretty famous fans too, including the most famous supporter, Ed Sheeran. And he sponsored their shirts for 2 seasons. He's their most famous fan, Ed Sheeran. Tom Chaplin's a famous supporter, and surprisingly, Will Ferrell is actually a fan of Ipswich. Yes, he supports Ipswich. Crazy as it sounds, Will Ferrell supports the Tractor Boys. Yeah, they got some surprising people as fans. The Tractor Boys is actually their new nickname, which referenced their time in the Premier League. It's mainly known for its self-deprecating humor due to its disparate agricultural heritage. And they have surprisingly global fan base. Yeah, pretty cool stuff actually. This is a neat little club that I think gets a little overlooked. I know this season, sadly, they're not having a great season. They're definitely the top of the leader standings for the relegation teams, but man, they're far behind Wolverhampton. They got to play 9-4. Not really a good year for them. And then their home is Portman Road. Has been around since 1884, making it one of the oldest stadiums in the Premier League still. It is a very old stadium, one of the oldest in all of the Premier League. It's hosted many England youth international matches, a senior friendly international match against Croatia, and other sport events including athletic meetings, field hockey matches, concerts, and Christian events. And currently 30,000 people play here, and record attendance was 38,000. and it's the largest capacity football ground in East Anglia. And they also brought this up to modern day stuff over the past couple of years thanks to new ownership. With new dugouts, undersoil heating, hybrid pitch, and help bring it to Premier League standards. Definitely a pretty cool structure. You also have Sir Alf Ramsey was also a statue of him, who led England switched to a league title and England to the World Cup. They got a statue of him outside there too. But they got some proud legacies and stuff too here at Ipswich. But it's a neat little area and definitely a pretty cool city. Worth checking. Yeah, that's Portman Road. Very interesting town. We'll be flying here soon. Of course, I'm going to have to get a little slower for the next leg after this because we're going to hit all the London teams. Trust me, there are a lot of them in London. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 London teams in there. So I'm going to have to talk about them while we get to London. Trust me, there are some very famous clubs we're going to be talking about. And some of these are some of the most valuable clubs in the world, which would include Tottenham, Arsenal, Chelsea, are some of the most valuable clubs in the world. Well, also smaller clubs like Fulham, Brentford, and Crystal Palace. And then outside of that would be the rest of it being Southern England, covering the rest of it. But yeah, lots of teams. Now, of course, there's the England's Football Hall of Fame, the Football Museum in Manchester. So, of course, there's a lot of key Hall of Famers that have played in the inductees, of course. There's a lot of inductees for both men's and women's, both men's and women's clubs. Of course, it's all started back in 2002, and some of the original Hall of Famers, well, some of the originals include Gordon Banks, one of the greatest goalkeepers, mainly played for Leicester City. Stoke. George Best, who is a major player for Manchester United. And of course, maybe considered to be the greatest Everton player of all time, Coffee. Dixie Dean himself, born and raised around the Liverpool area. So many famous people here. And yes, there is also the National Football Museum here in Manchester. Yeah, this Norton's surprisingly quick. It's going to 120 knots. We're actually not going that slow. Yes, they do have a Hall of Fame here as well. Some of the original Hall of Famers, Dixie. So, pretty cool stuff. You get to learn more about football history. It's which is going to be coming out here for a little while. It's like I said, we're going there as quick as we can. In terms of other stuff going on in the community this week, oh yeah, Everton also played one of the first teams in the Americas, Everton Spurs. So we're gonna head over to here soon. So of course, I know this seems like a long while, but there are a lot of clubs. Now, one of the really cool things, though, in the United States, our own football league, for English, for those who want to know, we call it soccer in the United States. We actually have our own major league. It's called Major League Soccer, is the U.S.'s soccer league. From there, I support Cincinnati, of course. It's the closest one where I live. But so far, Cincinnati's doing pretty decent in MLS. They're fourth, below both Philadelphia and the ties of Inter Miami and Columbus. Crew. But they came to existence in 1993 when, as part of its bid to host the FIFA World Cup in '94 in the United States. Of course, it originally struggled in the first few years. However, nowadays it's grown a lot since the '90s thing. Thankfully, the MLS is on the rise thing, thanks to soccer-specific stadiums in the league, implementation of the designated player rule, the Beckham rule, which brought in guys such as David Beckham, and most recently, one of the greatest players of all time, Lionel Messi's part of the MLS. Yeah, hardly Lionel Messi is in the MLS. And also national TV contracts. And while it's still below the other league of the NFL, MLB, and Canadian football, they're still quite. They're actually nowadays, 2 years later, it's one of the most attended soccer leagues, only behind the Premier League. So MLS is on the rise, baby. Go. The most successful team in the MLS is the LA Galaxy, 6. In terms of the Supporters' Shield, which is the team with the best record, they're tied with DC United, one of the original teams. They've grown a lot since the 90s. They play, and there are 30 clubs currently among the East and West. And they most recently got their most recent club is San Diego FC. But yeah, we have MLS has 27 U.S. teams and 3 Canadian teams in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. But the MLS was on the rise. And also the MLS features some of the longest travel distance of a domestic soccer league. To be fair, it's the United States. It's a huge country. But yeah, they got a lot of different teams. They used to have 3 former clubs. Chivas USA, Miami Fusion, and Tampa Bay Mutiny. They had some interesting history. The MLS has had some very famous players playing the MLS, including historically Landon Donovan. You guys aren't aware about him. Some of you English guys probably know he played alone for Everton twice, but for us Americans, he has been one of the greatest men's players. He had an amazing MLS career as well. Nowadays, recently has been Chris Wojnarowski, was a huge part of the MLS, was one of the greatest players in MLS history. He played a lot of years for the MLS. And one of the greatest MLS players. And of course, the MLS also had for games played. But of course, what really grew MLS nowadays has been designated players. Most notably, you guys know about David Beckham. When he came into the MLS back in 2007, it was a huge deal. Brought massive star power into the league about David Beckham. When he came to the MLS, it was an enormous deal. It brought MLS a whole new wave of popularity. Still feels like that's it. The fact he came from Real Madrid to LA, it brought his own brand, and it's still even felt to this. And nowadays, Beckham's now one of the owners for Inter Miami. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. And of course, Messi came into the MLS. and it brought a lot of its popularity and value way up. MLS has grown a long way since it first found. It's a big deal. Pretty cool stuff. Of course, Ipswich is going to come up pretty soon. So, Ipswich is coming up pretty soon. So after that will be the London teams, and trust me, there are a lot of them. So the town of Ipswich, which we will be visiting here today, is actually population 144,000. It is actually the fourth largest in the East of England, but it might actually be one of the oldest towns in the UK have been inhabited since the Saxon period. And it was of great importance to the King of England throughout its history, with trade, thanks to its historical dock, which was the largest and most important dock in the kingdom. It was a major port dock for England during the time period. And a lot of it grew nowadays with historic town square, its waterfront with a picturesque setting in Mariana, and a variety of restaurants, cafes make Ipswich. And nowadays, it's growing as a major tourist destination by TripAdvisor. As a tourist destination, a lot of people like to visit here too. It's got a rich culture. It's known for its artists and galleries. Such too, it's a major area for town, and of course, all the historic buildings: Christchurch Mansion, Ancient House, several new theaters. Pretty cool stuff. There's some pretty notable people born here, including Cardinal Thomas Wolsey was born here. He was the Catholic cardinal when Henry VIII came. Almoner. You have the Thomas Gainsborough in the cartoon. Giles was born here. Of course, Horatio Nelson became steward of Ipswich. And that of Margaret Catchpole became her adventurous career here too. Ipswich definitely is an interesting little town for sure. Definitely something a lot of people. the town we're visiting over next is Bury St. Edmunds is where we're at right now. Pretty interesting town name for sure. Of course, when we head near here soon, we'll turn left and we'll talk about some of the London clubs. Trust me, there are a lot of them. We'll be talking about plenty. So we're gonna go head our way over to here. London's got a lot of clubs. I might as well talk about a few of them right now as we speak because there are tons of clubs and all the stadiums are relatively close to each other. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about some of the London teams right here. The first of the London teams we've got to talk about is Tottenham Hotspur, or as the club likes to call itself, just Spurs. This historic club is located in Tottenham, North London, and they've been around since 1882. Hotspur FC. And they play their home matches at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium since 2019, replacing their former home of White Hart Lane. Its famous emblem, its world famous emblem, is a cockerel standing upon a football with the Latin motto "Audere est facere," to dare is to do. That's their classic motto. The nickname is known as the Lily Whites. They traditionally wore their white shirts and navy blue shorts since the 1890s. 1998, and after its inception, they won the FA Cup for the first time in 1901. The only non-league club to do so since the formation of the Football League, and they were the first club in the 20th century to achieve both the League and FA Cup double, winning in 1960-61, as well as being the first British club to win a UEFA club competition in 1963. They're also the inaugural winners of the UEFA Cup in 1972, becoming the first British club to win two major European trophies. And they collected at least one major trophy in each of the 6 decades from the 1950s to 2000, only matched by Manchester United. Domestically, they won 2 league titles, 8 FA Cups, 4 league clubs, and 7 community shields. In European, they won a European Winners' Cup, 2 UEFA Cups. They were also the runner-ups of the 2018-2019 UEFA Champions League. Of course, if you ask me, Tottenham's biggest rival is without question Arsenal, as they contest in the North London Derby. They also have one as well for Chelsea. Wow. And they're currently worth £2.6 billion, or $3.2 billion US. It's the 9th highest earning club in the world. With an average revenue of £615 million. Really cool team and a really cool city as well. They got their home look is definitely iconic. One of the most iconic kits in the Premier League. It's a very unique kit and very stylish too. Of course, it's one of the most unique kits. it has a lot of supporters. Tottenham Hotspur has a massive fan base in the UK, mainly from London, the home country, home counties. It has fluctuated recently, but one of the more interesting things about Tottenham Hotspur, it also has a significant Jewish following from East and North London. Around the 1930s, around a third of all supporters were Jewish. As a result, a lot of support since 1984 have been Jewish businessmen. Even though it's not as much anymore nowadays, it's still, my rival fans still see it as a Jewish club, and as a result, there's a lot of anti-Jewish chants directed at the club and supported by rival fans in the 60s. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, and it also has a rich fan culture with songs, mainly "Glory Glory Tottenham Hotspur" in 1961. And of course, their rivals are definitely Arsenal. They don't like. They have a lot of support. And of course, they have clubs all over the world, such as Malta, South Africa, the United States, Scandinavia, and more. And they have many famous fans too. They got clubs all over the world. A lot of them here in the United States. Something cool about Tottenham, and of course they play at the very modern, brand new stadium. As a result, they have a lot of proud history and stuff too. And of course, their new stadium they've been building here is the brand new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The nicest, it is without question the single nicest stadium in the Premier League, maybe. Until Everton Stadium gets built, this might just be the single nicest Premier League facility in the country, England. See, it seats 62,000 people. It's the third largest football stadium in England, the largest club ground in London, and it's the multi-purpose facility. That's right, it doesn't just serve European football. It also serves for the NFL. That's right. It is the world's first dividing, retractable football pitch, revealing a synthetic turf field for NFL London games, concerts, and other events. That's right. This can play NFL games. Of course, it replaced the historic White Hart Lane that was open from 1899 to 2017. Known as Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, it still has not had a sponsor. But this is such a cool facility, one of the nicest ones in the world. It features one of the largest single stands in the country. It's the largest single stand in the country with 17,000 fans. And you have some amazing views of the entire pitch. It is a super fancy stadium, one of the nicest in the world. I would love to visit this. And yes, it was expensive at £1 billion for the entire project, but man, it's well worth it. It's such a great facility. It's a great place. So we're back in Ipswich. We're about to visit this facility here at Portman Road, and then we'll head our way to Stansted. I hope you guys enjoy all this information, such guys. I put a lot of work into research, try to find a little bit about the teams and such. Portman Road is around here. Portman Road. right here. So there's Portman Road. There it is. Portman Road is right over here. So we're now going to go ahead and talk about some of the other teams here in London. Next team we'll mention is Tottenham's absolute hated rival, Arsenal. Arsenal FC, of course, the world famous Arsenal. Founded in 1886 at Dial Square, they have been competing in the Premier League, and they're one of the most successful teams in football. They're the third most successful team in English football, winning 13 league titles, including one of those being unbeaten, still do attend the Invincibles. A record 14 FA Cups, 2 League Cups, 17 FA Community Shields, and a Football League Centenary Trophy, which hosts the 100th anniversary. In English football, they've won a European Cup Winners' Cup and Interseas Fair Cup. And it's the third most successful club in English football. Arsenal was the first club from Southern England to join the Football League in 1893 and reached the First Division in 1904. They've only been relegated once. That's right, in 1913. That means they've been playing in the top division since 1914, which is still the longest in history and is one of the second most matches in English football history. They won 5 league championships in the 30s and 2 FA Cups. Then post-war, another FA Cup and 2 more championships after the war. Of course, their golden age was really between 89 and 2005, with 5 league titles, 5 FA Cups, and have become extremely successful. And between 1998 and 2017, they qualified for the UEFA Champions League for an English record 19 straight seasons. Yes, Arsenal has been one of the most prestigious and important clubs in English football. Of course, the whole Arsenal and Cannon thing came around in 1886 when munition workers of the Royal Arsenal of Woolwich founded the club. And as a result, and then they moved to Arsenal Stadium in Highbury, becoming neighbors with Hotspur to create the North London Derby. Now they play at the brand new Emirates Stadium, which was opened back in 2006. They're one of the most important football clubs. Its motto is Victoria Concordia Crescent, victory through harmony. Their nickname, of course, is the Gunners. This is pretty obvious if you look at the crest. The supporters' names are the Gooners, and before you ask, no, this isn't talking about the meme or modern day Gooner. This is actually the fan supporter theme. And its crest, the cannon has been around since its very original crest. But Arsenal has a really rich color, and it's always been bright red and white. And of course, they're known as the Gooners, which references from the club nickname the Gunners. And usually all home matches sell out, and they have some of the highest attendance of any Premier League team. They have a massive fan base all across the globe. mainly with all various social classes and around the world, as well as international clubs all around the world. They have one of the largest fan bases in football. Particularly their main rival being Tottenham, they also have another rivalry with Chelsea. Again, two of the most successful clubs in London, with Chelsea and Arsenal. And of course, they're also rivals with Manchester United. They don't like each other. And there are many famous support groups outside of the UK, mainly with Australia and the United States, and Africa too. Of course, there's a lot of supporters for Arsenal, including Queen Elizabeth II. She was a fan of that. Rest in peace. Several members of royalty were Arsenal supporters. Tons of famous actors and actresses as well. Musicians. All sorts of musicians, TV, radio personalities, directors, comedians, writers, athletes, even American from the United States were supporters of Arsenal. But yes, Arsenal's a massive. And we're featured a lot in pop culture too, including the first live televised football game. Arsenal has had a massive legacy. Yeah, really massive, no question. And they play at the modern Emirates Stadium, one of the best facilities in the United Kingdom for football. This stadium opened back in 2006 to replace Highbury, and it's one of the largest football stadiums in England with 60,000 fans. To replace the old Highbury Stadium that was lasted from 1913 to 2006. And it's also known as the carpet due to all the high quality and groundsmanship of the pitch. And while originally it looked boring, they did arsenalize the stadium more in 2009, start of arsenalizing it to make it truly for the fans. Make it feel like truly the home of Arsenal. But it's a really cool facility. That's why Arsenal would definitely be one of the teams I would probably like to support outside of Everton. Maybe Arsenal would be a good choice. Outside of that, though, the next London club is West Ham United. West Ham, known as the Irons or Hammers, was dated back to June 1895 as Thames Ironworks. However, they changed their name and reformed in 1900 as West Ham United. They've been playing the top tier Premier League, and they now play at London Stadium, which actually was originally Olympics. West Ham have won 5 major honors for its history, including 3 FA Cups. And then they also won a European Winners' Cup in 1965 and the Conference League in 2023. West Ham is one of 8 clubs to have never fallen below second-tier football, winning 66 of its 98 league seasons in top-flight football, including the 2024. The highest position was in 1985-1986 when it reached 3rd place. Everyone higher than that, though. And 3 West Ham players were even part of the 1966 World Cup Finals winning England team, including Bobby Moore, Jeff Hurst, and Martin Peters. Its big rival was with Millwall, and has gained a lot of incidents in football hooliganism. And their color scheme is clear and sky blue, which, yes, matches that of Aston Villa. So, outside of that rivalry with Millwall, the historic one, they also have rivalries other London clubs like Tottenham, Chelsea, and they're known as the Hammers due to its heritage with them. They play at London Stadium, which was actually a multi-purpose Olympic stadium converted to soccer, and now hosts is limited to 6,000 fans. It can hold up to 80,000 for the Olympics. However, and for football, it could only hold 60,000. But they did this to replace the old facility at Borland. As a result, that is London Stadium. We'll be visiting that. Then, of course, the other most successful, the last of the big three London teams, Chelsea, playing in Fulham. They've been around since 1905, but they played their grounds at Stamford Bridge, one of the oldest Premier League facilities. Of course, its first major honor win was in 1955, the League Championship. They won their first FA Cup in 1970, their first European honor in 1971, and became the third English club to win the Club World Cup in 2022. And it's only one of 5 clubs and the first English to have won all 3 pre-1999 main European club competitions, the European treble, and they also are the only club to have won all 3 major European competitions twice. They are a very successful and proud football club. And they're the only London club to win a Champions League and Club World Cup, something Arsenal and Tottenham couldn't do. They've won 6 league titles, FA Cups, 5 League Cups, and 4 FA Community Shields domestically. And they're now the 5th most successful club in English football. Their rivalries with Arsenal and Tottenham are big-time rivals in London. They also have an historic rivalry with Leeds, actually, due to a lot of contested and controversial matches. They're the 9th most valuable football club in the world with $3.1 billion value, and the 9th highest earning football. They're known as the Blues, which I know it also gets confused with Everton being called. That's why I call Everton the Toffees. That's truly an Everton nickname, whereas the Blues is pretty much, well, a lot of other teams. And of course, Chelsea has many famous supporters over the world, especially those of the greater London area. And they have had many rivalries, especially with the other London clubs too, as well as its unique colors and stuff. Of course, historically they played in probably the oldest Premier League club, Stamford Bridge. This facility was actually built in 1877. It has a capacity of 40,000 people, makes it the 9th largest venue of the Premier League. And Chelsea play their home games ever since. It's also hosted Charity Shield games and other sports, including cricket, rugby union. As a motorcycle speedway, greyhound racing, baseball, and American football all been hosted here at the stadium. Its record was in 1935 with 82,905 people for a league match against Chelsea and Arsenal. And yes, this place is really rich in history. Lots of historical moments have been played at Chelsea. In fact, they played all sorts of other events, including greyhound racing, as well as other football things, American football. Just made it a really unique area too. Pretty cool stuff, being a historic Stamford Bridge. Then we have Fulham FC, which has been around since 1879. They've been playing home games at historic Craven Cottage, one of the most unique names in there. And they mainly are rivals with the other West London teams, Chelsea, Brentford, and the EFL Championship Queen Park Rangers. And they adopted their white shirt, black shorts in 1903, and they're actually London's oldest professional club, even older than all of the others. Of course, they did win a West League title as well as Second Division titles, never won a Major League title. They were drifted into the second four tiers. However, the big change was with Muhammad A. Fade in 1907, and um, they even won a cup in 2002. However, the big change, however, was when they got Shahid Khan, who also owns the Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL. He helped brought Fulham up to the Premier League once again. They've been playing here since 2022. And they play. Their mascot's actually a badger, probably is their new mascot. And of course, their rivalries with the other West London teams. And of course, they also play one of the most unique grounds of any team, Craven Cottage. Yeah, that is one of the craziest team names you can think of. But yes, it's actually really interesting because it was actually based off an original cottage in 1780 by William Craven. And it was actually one point the hunting grounds of Anne Boleyn, who actually hunted in this. She was the Queen of England and the second wife of King Henry VIII. But of course, the Mar football ground came to be in 1896. It's still the home of Fulham. Its capacity is only 29,000. Its record was actually 49,000. And its history goes back like literally 3,000 years. It was also used by national teams and for its own rugby club too. But yeah, it's an old facility with a pretty rich history. Like I said, it's definitely a very cool. We still have one more. We still have two more London teams. Did I forget Crystal Palace in the notes? We're gonna land here on our next stop. We're gonna land here at Stansted. We'll do a brief stop. Go here. Here's London Stansted. For a bit. Here for the next leg. Hey, Ace Driver, good to see you. be here. I'll be up pretty soon for the next leg. So we'll get ready to get going soon. We still got 2 more legs left to go here. London and then Southern England will be our last 2 legs of the. We only got 2 more left to go. Let's go ahead and prepare for the next leg. Let's go ahead and make this possible here. There are 2 more clubs here in London we got to talk about here. Our first London club is the 2 other London clubs is Brentford FC, known as the Bees, founded in 1889 at Brentford. They played home matches previously at Griffin Park before moving to the brand new, one of the newest stadiums so far, Brentford Community Stadium. They used to have a successful spell for top flight football in 1935-36. Before 3 relegations led them in the 4th division, and then, of course, they spent a lot of time in the 3rd division. However, they officially made their way to the Premier League. Finally, at long last, in 2021, they made it to the Premier League for the first time since 1946-47, and they're still in the Premier League. Still, the Bees. They had poor track record with final appearances during the ESFL Championship. They came close, but never quite got there until 2021 when they finally got it. Their other rivals are the other West London-based clubs, Fulham and Queen's Park Rangers. And the Bees are the nickname because it was actually unintentionally created by students at the Borough College in the 1890 when they attended a match. As a result, the Bees are pretty much stuck as the nickname, and that's their badge. Which led to their most unique nickname, of course. They also have some international links with the United States. And it's been featured sometime for celebrity connections with some of the celebrities, including Bradley John Walsh, Dan Tana. Dick Oliver was the club's vice president in the 1950s. Also, Ed O'Brien was a supporter for Brentford Football Club out of Radiohead. Pretty nice, interesting stuff. Their highest finish was pretty cool stuff about Brentford. They play at G-Tech Community Stadium, one of the smallest in the Premier League, 17,000 people. Making it one of the smallest teams in the Premier League. It's not a very big facility at all. And it's open at 2020 to be the heart of the revigorating the community, and was used for the UEFA Euros in 2022 to replace the old Griffin Park that used to be. It's definitely a super cool facility. And it's neat especially for a smaller club. And finally, the last of the London clubs we talked about here. Okay. is going to be Crystal Palace Football Club. Crystal Palace plays at Selhurst. The company was and has been around since 1905. It was actually created at the Crystal Palace Exhibition Building. The club's origins can be traced back even further, 1861. They played at the Palace grounds between 1905 and 1915 until they were forced to leave during World War I. They now moved into Selhurst in 1924. They've currently been around mainly in the top two tiers, especially since 1964. They've only dropped 3 seasons, and that was during the 70s. During the 80s and early 90s, they became a top force in top flight football and challenged Arsenal and Liverpool for the English title, but in a third. Still the highest placing date. Crystal Palace also reached the FA Cup final in 1990, barely losing to Manchester United, and they were founding members of the Premier League. Then they went into relegation in the 90s and had a lot of financial issues, before being promoted back into the Premier League in 2013, and they're currently in the Premier League still to this day since 2013. Their longest continuous run top flight for 12 straight seasons. Originally they were claret and blue, but then they changed it to the red and blue. And of course their long-standing rival is Brighton and Hove Albion, M23 Derby. So, pretty cool stuff, Crystal Palace. They also had some pretty well-known supporters, lots of fanzines and stuff. Their club nickname is the Eagles or the Glaziers, is their nickname. And they also have some sizable celebrities, including Kevin Day, Joe Brand, Mark Steele, Eddie Izzard, Bill Morrissey, radio DJ David Jensen, and more. All some celebrity stuff. But it's a neat park, and they play at historic Selhurst Park. Since 1924, it's hosted international football events as well as the 1940 Summer Olympics. Also shared by both Charlton Athletic and Wimbledon. Also share their grounds in Selhurst. It was even featured in the Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the fictional home of AFC Richmond. They also did that. And it seats around 25,000 people. Its record, however, its record attendance, largest attendance here was at 51,000 when Crystal Palace defeated Burnley in 1979. But it also was, this park was also most well known for hosting the lowest attendance of any Premier League game, 3,000 for Wimbledon versus Everton in 1993. Yeesh. Not a record you want to be proud of, that's for sure. Got 3,000 people. Oh yeah, Crystal Palace actually got its nickname from Crystal Palace, the cast iron and glass structure in Hyde Park. It would host the Great Exhibition of 1851. And it had over 14,000 exhibitors from around the world, showing those of the Great Science Revolution. It was absolutely enormous building. And it lasted from 1851 to 1936. It was destroyed by fire. So we're going to be heading to our first place on Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. However, due to full ground share, I wonder if we actually get the old grounds, White Hart Lane. If we see the old stadium, that is White Hart Lane, the old stadium from 1899 to 2017, and had 36,000 people. And it lasted for 118 years before getting demolished. So maybe we might see the White Hart Lane as well. Its record attendance that game was for attendance. I believe the most it's ever been record attendance was, where would it be? White Hart Lane record attendance. 75,000 was its record attendance. Actually, no, it says its record is actually 83,222 was the record at White Hart Lane. This is what Tottenham Hotspur Stadium would be here in front of us. That is Tottenham Hotspur Stadium right in front of us. Yeah, no full grandeur here, sadly. Maybe the people here were Arsenal fans and they didn't want Tottenham to have that nice fancy new stadium. So our next stop is London Stadium. Now I think that definitely has more and that is Emirates Stadium, home of Arsenal. Find it. I know London's a very undeveloped city. Ah, there it is. There's Emirates Stadium, home of Arsenal. Long-time home of Arsenal football. Yeah, here's London. And to our east, there is London Stadium here. There's London Stadium to our east. Here's guys. There is Arsenal's facility. One of the Emirates Stadium, one of the nicest new facilities. Actually, not far from the stadium. Actually, Highbury. Not far from the old stadium. That's because if you look to your left, there's the old Arsenal grounds to our left. That's Highbury. That is the old Arsenal grounds. It's transformed into a real estate development. That's what's up here. And of course, Arsenal football ground. Yeah, if you look to your right, you can still see some of the old Arsenal stuff on the side of the building. course. There is Emirates Stadium, one of the nicest places, one of the best teams in English football. To our right is Highbury. This used to be Arsenal's ground. It actually was converted to a bunch of apartments. But hey, at least it's better use for it than being turned into parking lots. All this stuff, stands and stuff, were transformed to apartments. The Arsenal Stadium. Arsenal used to play our next ground is London Stadium. That is the major home of West Ham United. I guess Tottenham was a bit too far north for photogrammetry. However, they did have a scenery for Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for MSF's 2020 gives us the stadium. Once we visit all the London clubs, we'll go to Brighton and Hove Albion. Here it is, guys. London's. And all of this area was actually for the Olympic Games in 2012, including the stadium here. How cool is that? Now it's home to a major football ground for West Ham. Replacing Borland Ground is the home of West Ham. There's West Ham United's ground. Then we're going to finally fly through London. So right over here is the dock area. Not far from all this is London City Airport. You guys all familiar enough. And I will be in London for a couple days. We will definitely do plenty of stuff in London. Get there. So Allison's going to be on today. She'll be on. But she'll be doing some flights in Brazil with the A350 from SBS to Brasilia, Curitiba. That's what she's been doing today, and Merck's got his news today too. Get through, and there's the Shard up there. That building up there is the Shard. There's good old Tower Bridge. The Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, of course. Asia's Belfast. Lots of interesting buildings for our next football ground. St. Paul's Cathedral, we'll definitely visit that one. The massive St. Paul's Cathedral here in London. There's St. Paul's. Tower Bridge, St. Paul's, the Millennium Bridge. London Eye. There's the Parliament Building with the clock tower, the famous Big Ben clock tower. Look at London. Can't wait to visit the city in a couple months. I can't. Very excited to check out Europe for the first time. Who knows, if we end up liking Europe, that would be amazing for our family. But yeah, we're gonna visit all sorts of places: Buckingham Palace, Kensington Palace, Tower of London, the British Museum, of course. There's Buckingham Palace, the home of the king. Yes, not queen, king of Britain. King Charles. So our next destination is the iconic Stamford Bridge, home of Chelsea. Kind of funny when they are known as Chelsea, but they end up playing in Fulham. Kind of a little awkward. But then again, at least it wasn't like when Wimbledon moved all the way to something else 60 miles away. Here, guys, is Stamford Bridge. Yep, the iconic Stamford Bridge. There's the historic grounds. Only 40,000 people, by the way, for a club like this. And our next stop is the Craven Cottage itself. Fulham. Thankfully, the Craven Cottage isn't hard to find. It's actually a pretty scenic one because it's right next to the River Thames. There it is, Craven Cottage. Or Fulham. Ah, there it is, the G-Tech Community Stadium. We only got 114 nautical miles left of our trip. We just got about another hour left to go. Wrap things up. I know this is a bit of a long stream, longer than I normally stream, but I wanted to do this all at one time, just to chill out. Here it is, guys, Selhurst. So 15 hours win? I don't think I'll ever get to 15 hours. The most would be, what is that DC3 around the world? That's going to be the longest I'll ever do for some of those streams. I will be doing some stuff, but I'll get this done within an hour. So this here's Wimbledon. This is the region of Wimbledon. You all probably know Wimbledon is most famous for its tennis grounds. So here's Selhurst coming up. And then after that, we'll turn right for the next 32 nautical miles. Talk about the next team, of course. And that being the Seagulls. Yes, team with literally the name Seagulls. That is Selhurst. Okay. So we're going to head up to the south. We're going to head up to Brighton. We're going to head to Brighton, actually. We're mainly going to go to Brighton. So our next club is going to be a really unique one, the Seagulls, as they call them. They are known as the Seagulls, or Albion. Brighton and Hove Albion were founded in 1901 when they played their first professional in the Southern League, and still won their only domestic trophy since. They also won the FA Charity Shield in 1910. They were later elected to the Football League in 1920. Between 1979 and 1983, they played in the first division and reached the FA Cup final, but then they were relegated from the first division in the same season. However, Brighton at one point was actually having massive issues in the 90s with lots of financial problems. And thankfully, they avoided relegation from the Football League to the conference in 1997, and a boardroom takeover saved it from complete liquidation. And then with promotions from 2001 to 2002, brought it back to the second team football, and in 2011, they moved to the brand new Fallmer Stadium. After 14 years with no permanent ground, they finally got one, and then in 2016-2017, they were promoted to the Premier League. And here's the funny thing, they're still going strong ever since, because Brighton and Albion are not only still in the Premier League, they're doing really well in the Premier League. In 2022, they finished with their highest finish ever at 6th in the Premier League, and qualified for the UEFA Europa League, their first ever participation in European club football. Yes, Brighton's reaching new heights now. It's hard to believe that just 30 years ago, nearly 30 years ago, they were about to get liquidated. Now they're playing some of the best English football ever. Really cool. Now, of course, you know them as the Seagulls. However, originally their nicknames was actually the Dolphins, but they changed their name to Seagulls during the 1994-95 season due to an incident that took place in Brighton when the away supporters of Crystal Palace chanted "Eagles, Eagles," and Brighton Albion fans spelled it with Seagulls. And they've been known as the Seagulls ever since in 1974, and a new crest became known. Pretty cool, huh? Crazy how far things have gone with. And of course, their main rivals are Crystal Palace, which they're among the farthest of English rivalries, but they are a big deal. Which is a big deal in English football. Of course, Their main stadium is Falmer Stadium, which is now known as American Express Stadium. Brand new facility. Opened back in 2011. Its record is actually in 2024, 31,840 people came to see them against Wolverhampton. They finally got a new stadium after years of not having a permanent facility. They finally got one in 2011. And they're going strong ever since. It also hosted rugby games, UEFA Women's Euro 2022, and more. But they're having great attendance numbers at the new facility. It's a great venue. Absolutely gorgeous place to watch it. Great facility. So far, Brighton is doing. Brighton and Hove Albion are doing really well. Again, they're seventh in the Premier League. They could easily take a top 6 spot. If they keep playing well, they might get a top 6 spot. Huge for Brighton and Albion. It's crazy how far they've risen from the bottom. So, of course, guys, we only have 2 more clubs after this to cover. And we only have 2 more clubs to cover. And that will wrap up the entire stream. Like I said, we're blowing through this pretty quickly for the last couple of legs. We're going to go. We're going to head up to Brighton Hove. Then we'll head into our stop at Shoreham Airport, at Brighton City Airport, known as Shoreham. We'll be landing here for our next stop, and then afterwards we'll head our way across the southern coast of England to Southampton and Bournemouth. we're gonna get through here, make our way through Shoreham. And the rest of the leg is gonna be pretty simple. We'll just file on the coast. We're just about 80 nautical miles from our final stop. Can't believe we're nearly in this for nearly 5 hours. That's on the longest upstream on MSFS 2024. Pretty crazy. This is probably the longest I've ever streamed on MSFS 2024. But this will come in handy for some of the other series I'll have to cover. Absolutely beautiful though. Scenery here in England. Really nice flowing out through the countryside. Only got a couple more things going on here. Of course, we will be back on Friday in Ohio. We're going to do the 50 states, 50 things again. This time, it'll be about 2-3 hours, so it won't be newbies back. So, we're about to make our second stop Next stop is going to come pretty shortly for our next trip. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. This has been an absolute great stream. I know this is one of the long I've had in a very long time, but I really am excited to do this here with you guys. Blessing to be. I hope you guys enjoy this sort of stream. I'd like to do more sports stuff too during this time. And sports has been a passion I've been liking. Premier League is something new for me, but I'm really excited from watching all the Premier League matches over the past couple of days. Really excited to have it. Hey, firewall in it. Yeah. I'm not firewalling it, but it is a little faster. I think I just passed it. Whoa. Ah, there it is. Sorry, it was right in the middle of the hillside. Why couldn't... So this is American Express Stadium, or Fowler Stadium. I want to avoid sponsorship reasons, because trust me, there are rules in some of the European competitions you can't use sponsorships. So be warned about that. Here's the home of the Seagulls, Brighton and Hove Albion. Home of the goals. It's a cool little stadium. We're about to make our next stop. And we're about to climb up. Hey, Bachelli, good to see you, my dude. Thank you. Yeah, this side is pretty nice for the southern half of England, of course. What we're doing today is, Bachelli, is we're doing all the Premier League teams. Started all the way in Newcastle about 5 hours ago. We visited, starting with Newcastle United. We went. Let me go ahead and show you the little nav map when I was talking about. Started here, in Newcastle. We visited Newcastle United's home ground, St. James Park. Then we went all the way the long way down to Manchester to visit the Etihad Stadium, and of course the Theatre of Dreams, Old Trafford. We made a stop in Barton, change of plans. Then from Barton we went to Liverpool, a city I will be visiting in real life in June. Got to visit Anfield, Goodison Park, and then the new Everton ground that's going to be built here in 2025. New Everton Stadium. Hope go Toffees. Then we made our way southeast. We went to Wolverhampton, check out Molineux Stadium, home of the Wolves. Then we're going to go to Aston Villa's facility in northern Birmingham. Aston Villa, the Lions. Then Leicester City, the Foxes, played at King Power Stadium. Then we went to Nottingham to check out Nottingham Forest before landing at Nottingham Airport. Then from there we went to Ipswich, a long 97 nautical mile to Ipswich, Town FC at Portman Road. Then we stopped again at Stansted, and then we had all the London teams, starting with Tottenham, Arsenal, West Ham, Chelsea, 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 Fulham, Brentford, Crystal Palace, and then we went to Brighton, Hove, and Albion. Still got two more teams remaining left to go, being Southampton and Bournemouth. So we're just gonna land once again the historic seaside town of Brighton. Pretty cool stuff. It's a cool side city. So we'll be landing, I'll be landing runway 24 for the stop. Then we'll be, that is where we're going to, but yes. This is easily the longest stream I've ever had of MSFS 2024. Thankfully though, our next stop is going to be much shorter, and we're going to get through this. Gonna do that just to bleed off a bit of speed. I gotta bleed off a bit. English coast, southern coastline of England. Now, Cyclone did suggest that I should have taken the Bonanza. To be kind of fair, I think the best I would have taken is probably NX Cup. It would still go slow enough whenever I need to, but unlike the Bonanza, I can actually slow down really slow, not to have to worry about stalling. You know what I mean. But I love this Norden though. One of my favorite new flights. We'll stop here briefly for a minute. We're going to stop here for a brief moment at Shoreham Airport. Stop here for just a second. A bit of rest and prepare for the next leg and the final. Stop here for a brief second just to chill out a little bit. We'll get ready to prepare for the last leg of the flight. Let's go ahead and get the last leg completed for this journey. Here we are, guys. So we have two more destinations ahead here. So our first team we're going to be covering for this leg is Southampton Football Club, which is right now the worst team in the Premier League. But they play in the Premier League after promotion in the playoff final. Their home ground has been St. Mary's since 2001. They used to play at the Dell, which lasted between 1898 and 2000. They play in the red and white shirts, nicknamed the Saints due to its history as St. Mary's Church. Of course, their most hated and bitter rival is Portsmouth, due to the proximity and maritime history made in a very fierce rivalry. They were founded back in November 1885 as St. Mary's YMA, before dropping it 3 years later. They won the Southern League several occasions and were finalists at the FA Cup and eventually joined the Football League 3rd Division in 1920 and remained part of the 2nd Division for 31 years. They played top flight football for 8 seasons, from 1965-66 until relegation in 1975. Of course, they've been playing the Premier League since 2024-25 season, though this year they're absolutely horrible. 9 points. They are absolutely terrible. Their goal differential, -48. Yikes. They're not good. They're most well known, their crust was they had their new crust. That was the Saints. Their anthem is, of course, when the Saints go marching in, and due to its nickname, it kind of makes sense. They did not change their original lyrics. Of course, their hated rivalry is Portsmouth in the South Coast Derby, and it's a very intense rivalry due to have especially the fans don't like each other too. They hate each other as well. So, and they play at historic St. Mary's Stadium, which has been the home of the team since 2001. It's 32,000 people. It's the largest stadium in Southeast England. It was one of the venues that hosted the UEFA Women's Euro 2022 in Group A matches, and there were 4 stands named after the areas of Southampton they face. Those 4 stands being the it has 4 different stands, of course. Kitchen stand, the chapel, Kingsland, and Northern stands. It faces all the different areas it faces. Apparently, there's also a local legend that happened during the facility when Portsmouth SC supporters buried their team's shirt under the stand and cast a curse. They had to bring a pagan witch and Celtic ceremony to lift the curse. So, pretty funny stuff. Pretty neat little stadium. we're going to get our way there. Officially head up to Southampton. Southampton, by the way, is actually the UK's largest cruise port. And I will be heading down there to get on the ship, the Regal Princess here. So we're going to get out for the Solent. Make our way pretty excited to come here. So, beautiful coastline here of England. Of course, Portsmouth, which we'll fly briefly over, was known for one of the most important naval dockyards of the British Empire back in the day. In fact, they have a Royal Navy Museum, including several historic ships. Most notably, Portsmouth has the Royal Navy Museum. It features some famous ships, most notably the HMS Victory, which is Horatio Nelson's 18th century flagship, as well as lots of exhibits about the Royal Navy. They also got a submarine museum. They got Portsmouth definitely is a really interesting city to visit here in the United Kingdom. Hey, good to see you, Dougal. It's going pretty well, McDougal. Hope you're doing well. Dougal, it's been a while since I've seen you on my channel. We're doing the Premier League teams today. We're flying to all the Premier League teams in their stadiums today. I thought I wanted to do something different since you fly to all the stadiums in a reasonable time. So we started from Newcastle. We made it to Manchester, the cities of Manchester, Liverpool, Wolverhampton, Birmingham, Leicester, Nottingham, Ipswich, all of the London teams in London, Brighton. Now we're heading to our two final ones in Southampton and Bournemouth. Yeah, I can't wait to visit the UK in only 2.5 months. I visit the United Kingdom. I can't wait to visit and check out some of the major cities Cannot wait to check out London. Very, very excited. I've always wanted to go to Europe, and now I got my opportunities. But yeah, it's going great. I cannot wait for Europe. So I already got some itineraries planned out for the trip. Mainly, London will mainly check out photo opportunities with some of the famous buildings and stuff. One day checking out the British Museum, checking out some of the local eat and all that in London. And I think one other day we're going to check out Windsor Castle. We're going to visit Windsor, which is super excited to check out Windsor. Going to be absolutely fantastic. Check out Windsor Castle. I'm super ecstatic. Okay. And then from the trip, I've already got the excursion stuff for the cruise. Some days we won't be doing excursions, which would be Liverpool, Belfast, and Edinburgh. Others, I do have some excursions plans in Thorpe and Cobh, Glasgow, Kirkwall, and Le Havre. I got those two. I got everything planned for that trip. We just needed to coordinate planning and stuff. I'm really enjoying it. And like I said, it's nice to do one of these longer streams every once in a while. You get to do some of these longer ones, and interestingly about Southampton, which is actually the it's actually got 253,000. It's one of the most populous cities in South England, and it was actually the departure point of the Titanic. And it's home to 500 of the people who perished on board the Titanic when it sunk April 15, 1912. In the past century, it's now one of Europe's main ports for ocean liners, cruise ships, and all that. Cunard does a lot of stuff from Southampton, and I mean many other cruise lines like Princess, Carnival, and all that are here in the United. Too bad I won't be visiting much of Southampton. We'll mainly just get there for the port. But I know the city has some really stuff to visit, like Tudor House, Maritime Museum, theater and stuff. More, but it's a cool little city. Very excited to fly to here. Southampton. Then afterwards is about 20 nautical miles into Bournemouth. Our last of the Premier League teams will be covering. But yes, I get to fly over all 20 of them. I don't think I can do all the EFL Championship teams since there's 24 clubs, and not just England, but in Wales too. And they're scattered all over the freaking country. Whereas the Premier League is much easier to sort out. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting me an Everton book, a Farewell to Goodison book. Talk about the history of their place at Goodison Park. Well, yeah. So for the Premier League stuff for our matches this week, some interesting fixtures this week for the Premier League. Of course, my team would have to be mentioned. West Ham, this could be a winnable matchup for Everton. And it's at home, so Goodison Park. Ipswich Nottingham Forest is probably going to be a Nottingham Forest victory, probably. Nottingham's playing unbelievably well this year. I think they got this tag. Man City, Brighton, that should be a pretty good one. Brighton's always played tough, hard nose. Southampton Wolves is an easy win for Southampton, for the Wolves. They'll definitely get above relegation with winning against Southampton. Bournemouth versus Brentford. I think Brentford got this back this week. And of course, for Arsenal Chelsea, I mean, it's one of the big London derbies. It's going to be a pretty intense one. Fulham Spurs, I mean, who knows if Fulham wins? I'd be cheer for it. And Leicester and Manchester United. I would be cheering for this week for an Everton win, and I'm cheering for Fulham and Leicester to beat both their teams because them losing and Everton winning would be very good for Everton, because if both those teams lose, Everton's gonna leapfrog them both. And like I said, I'd like to have extra insurance. Because trust me, there have been weird things in that Premier League. I'd like to have extra win. I know it's crazy jumping over 2 spots is important, but trust me, I would like to finish ahead of the relegation, be even more. This here's Southampton, the largest cruise port in the United Kingdom. A lot of cruise ships and a lot of stuff go into Southampton. It is a bit of a drive from London Heathrow. So Here it is, St. Mary's Stadium. Yeah, here's St. Mary's Stadium, home of Southampton. There's Southampton as well. Here's some of the cruise ports and the cruise ships online here. Lots of cruise ships docked here. Looks like to be a Princess cruise ship. Now we're going to go to our final Premier League team for the day, and we're going to prepare for the landing. Our final Premier League team today is going to be AFC Bournemouth. Bournemouth this year are doing pretty good, nice in the Premier League this season. But Bournemouth are definitely an interesting team. As Bournemouth were originated back in 1899 as Boscombe. However, they play in the Premier League and adopted its current name in 1971. Their nickname are the Cherries, of course. Commonly referred to as Bournemouth, and they played at Dean Court since 1910. They were regional football leagues before being in the main league in 1923. They remained in the third division for 35 years until they won in 1946. They were part of the third division again in 1958 and 1970, and they were relegated all the way back to the fourth division in 1975. However, they began on the climb, starting in 1984 with the third division title in 86-87, 3 more seasons in the second tier, then returned back to fourth tier, and then they continued to grow more and more over the past 20 years until making the Premier League in 2014-2015, and they went for 5 seasons before relegating in 2020, but they returned again in 2022, and they're still here ever since. Their colors, of course, have varied through history, mainly with red and white shirts, also all red and white sleeve. However, they're mostly red and black striped shirts are their main colors today. And their biggest rivals are Southampton is its biggest rival, but other ones include Portsmouth, Brighton and Hove Albion, Reading, and Leeds United are its main rivals. So, its highest ever placement in the Premier League, it was ninth in the Premier League in 2016, was their highest position ever. And right now they're going to match that this year. But who knows? Maybe if they can get a few wins and get some lucky matchups, they might be moving up to an 8th or potentially even better 7th spot. Don't underestimate them. And of course, their home ground is Dean Court. Sponsorship reasons is Vitality Stadium. Its capacity is the smallest of all Premier League stadiums. No joke, it's 11,000 people. It is the smallest stadium in the Premier League. And it dates back to 1910. Record attendance was 28,000 against Manchester United in 1957. Yeah, it is a very small facility. Its lowest attendance record was 1,000 people. It is not a very small. It is a very small. It was completely rebuilt in 2001 with a new facility and stuff. But yeah, it is a very small. To put this perspective, this is the smallest stadium in the Premier League. Currently the second smallest Premier League. It's the smallest stadium in the Premier League currently, and the second smallest stadium to ever be in the Premier League. The only ground smaller was last year at Luton Town at Kenilworth Road, which was only 10,000 people. Yes, 10,000 for a Premier League match. That's small. Like, really small. In fact, there are some minor stadiums from the smaller divisions that had more people. Of course, the largest stadium in the Premier League that's ever been used for a Premier League team was Old Trafford, followed by Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, London Stadium, Anfield, Emirates, more. When Everton Stadium gets built, when that stadium gets built, it's going to officially be only a little bit smaller than City of Manchester Stadium. But it would still be a very big stadium as well. So after this, I'll probably do a couple more flights here, just complete the ride. Here it is. Bournemouth will be our final stops. Bournemouth Airport. I don't think Bournemouth had any for amateur. This will be wrapping up the trip. Over 5.5 hours. Wow. Man, this was a great stream, though. Nice to have something nice and relaxing for a bit. And that here is Vitality Stadium. Left. Yep. Here we are, guys. Here we go, guys. And we can wrap everything up. Turn off the plane, and that is the end of the stream, guys. We finally did it. We made it to Bournemouth. Can't believe it took us 5.5 hours to get there. So, guys, thank you all so much for being patient with us today. I hope you all had a great day. We're gonna go say hello to, I think we're gonna probably say hello to 757 Spy. Wayne, it's gonna be a while till Merc gets on. So we're gonna rate him. Guys, we'll be back on Friday for another 50 states and 50 streams. We'll cover Ohio, Cincinnati to Cleveland, baby. So I hope you all have a great rest of your Wednesday. Take care, everyone, and see you all soon. Goodbye, everyone.